avoid the temptation to literally type Dougal into my address bar.
That'll happen, I hear. So, we're alive, and we're good, and we're gaming. Hello, everyone.
Uh,
We're back today with more Pathfinder, with the super ultra low vibes, disposition, and energy group.
unts.
Also known as sous vide. Great way to temper chocolate.
Aha.
So it's been a couple
Delicious.
of. It has been a couple of weeks since we last played. Does anyone remembers anything?
I remember that we were in a dungeon, and there was a laser beam that we deactivated, but unfortunately we then activated it in my face.
Yes. That was a thing that happened, yes.
Among other things. So last time we started after the trap that wasted money. Then we explored something. This place has so many secret rooms behind wall sconces. Not even funny. We explored a bit. We found a dragon.
I mean, it is a
He was
little bit funny.
curious. Actually, before that, there was also the giant plant monster that murdered at least 2 people.
Well, in short, yeah, that's pretty much the recap for last session. Or rather, you decided to take a little break from your scholastic pursuits after having researched both titans that are nearby, the one in the middle of the field and the one in Belden, and you said to yourselves, more so than anything, let's get crazy, why don't we? So you decided to try and um, successfully ask the school people to borrow the Wyrm, the flying vessel ship that they have. And while at first they denied it because it's a precious and invaluable piece of technology and research and advancement and a lot of other things, they were also slightly pressured by investors and benefactors of the academy themselves who wanted the bright possibilities that the Wyrm brings, such as the possibility of getting parcels from Merging to Sack in record time. So, with the pressure of delivering cargo also to people and places, they strong-handed the academy into letting you, at this point the only capacitated pilots, or pilot, singular, that can fly the Wyrm, into taking it for a spin. So you did. You flew over all the way over to Sac, made some deliveries, got yourself some more supplies some more cargo to deliver elsewhere, and then you made your way to the tower near Sac, where you met your owl bear friend Talon, and after a little bit of exploring, you decided to go inside of the dungeon, underneath it, um, with a very narrow passage that Talon himself cannot fit into. And once inside, you started exploring the inner depths of the dungeon. You found a lot of traps, a lot of mechanisms, so to speak, that were defense mechanisms of the dungeon, but also weird and odd ways in which the dungeon itself worked. And at the end, well, you explored all of it except for one last room. The one room that was locked behind either a key or a puzzle. You solved the puzzle first, but then in your cursory exploration of the dungeon, find a key. That is not necessary because you already unlocked the door with the puzzle, and that is the last thing you have done in the game. In the story, even. So, all of you find yourselves there. Also, important to mention, you had met a dragon-esque creature within the dungeon who said that he was protecting / guarding the dungeon for its master that hasn't returned, and you know why the master hasn't returned. So you told that there's a new person, quote-unquote person, watching over the flames, which apparently is important to these people for some reason. And that is the actual last of everything.
Woohoo!
Also, we have a sentient cauldron.
And you also have a, yes, well remembered, you do have a magical cauldron that is following you. It's not sentient.
Well, it's got awareness, which is technically sentience.
It does not possess awareness in that sense. It's just enchanted to follow you through some magic that you
Okay.
don't quite understand.
Very well.
Nonetheless, all of you have gathered up again inside the dungeon, and what are you guys doing now?
Well, let's see. I probably need to heal Lex a bit because he looks pretty hurt. Let's see if I can put some medicine on him.
Yes, please, thank you.
I'm going to see if I can actually use my new macro that I wrote.
He isn't still immune to your medicine, is he?
He is not. I have not tried to heal him.
It was somebody else, I think, Wise.
Or it was yesterday.
Yeah,
One
Might
of
have been
those.
yesterday.
you guys did take a long rest between exploring sessions of the dungeon. I think after the gelatinous cube, you decided to take a whole day to rest and recuperate.
Yay! Look at that.
So not only do you succeed your medicine check, but you also heal Lex in 10 hit points.
Yes.
See, I told you, Bestie, I'd get you taken care of.
Thank you.
Well, now I feel tempted to unlock this door with the key and the magical lock.
I think we
Overkill.
unlocked it when the light came against it because the door unlocked. We just haven't opened it yet.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, but I just want to, poke the locking mechanism with the key. Fun. I don't know.
Well, the door, you can see that in between the panels of the door, there, in the little gap between the door and the frame of it, you can see that there's no obstruction whatsoever keeping it from opening in any way, shape, or form. However, when some of you close the other door and block the light, you do see that those obstructions come up, locking the door again. So long as the light is shining upon the door, there is no obstructions, there is no lock to disable. Or
See.
turn. Those of you who will, well, I suppose none of you would have noticed this in of itself, but the light that is shining into the dungeon is sunlight. So logically, you wouldn't be able to open this door during the evening hours.
Ah, interesting.
It's a good thing we took a nap then.
Mm-hmm.
Then again, we also have the backup key, so
All right, let's get inside. See what happens.
All right. So who's opening the door?
Since
There we
you
go.
ask.
I opened it.
All
Is
right.
that the final boss? A carpet?
yes.
Yes,
It's a dirty carpet. Mm-hmm.
the carpet is the final boss. But no. When you open the door, I imagine Wildak, you open the door that so Broadway can barge in.
Yep.
And immediately the thing that you all see is sat on top of the desk in the middle of the room. There's a dragon. Except it's tiny.
Baby.
It's a very, very, very small dragon. But it is there.
Must has.
Not only that, but sat on top of a pile of boxes on the corner of the room, there is another dragon. Of the tiny kind.
Oh no.
Both of them
Too
look
baby.
both of them look at you and they hiss immediately, and they just unfurl their little tiny baby dragon wings and they start hissing at you, and they seem hostile and intent on attacking you all,
Oh no.
which is why we're rolling for initiative.
Oh,
Oh, no.
baby.
Babies, why?
Angie baby. Oh, yes.
Well, at least it's not the one.
Oh no, at 20.
Nice. Oh wait,
That's a
that's
dragon.
not nice.
No, it's not.
It's very not nice. It's very unwholesome, even, if anything. So, yeah, the dirt are going to get you go first, I'm afraid, for your guys' safety and health.
Forgot to buff
Yay.
my damage. No, mind.
So, so the dragon, the tiny baby dragon that is sat on top of the table, immediately just looks at all of you invading its little tiny space, and it's not it's not a fan of what's going on right now. So, it is going to lash out aggressively at you. What it is going to do right away is attack Broadway, who's just smack dab right in its face. So, Broadway, you are going to suffer 3 attacks.
Damn it, wrong token.
So the first attack, yeah, Broadway does have his own AC, which is different from yours, I believe.
Yes.
So for starters, Broadway, well, the dragon tries to bite Broadway, and does so.
Oh my.
Oh my god.
And deals
I'm dead.
that much damage.
Leap.
Oof.
So who suffers that damage actually is you, Lex.
Eh. Is there any reduction? No.
I know. Do you have any reduction?
Nah. Can I saving throw something, or is it too late?
No, it's just an attack.
Oh no.
You will take the damage and begin the process of being down.
Lex,
Not
did you
dead.
use up all of those hit points that I just gave you?
I'm sorry.
Well, fortunately for you, being knocked out kind of wastes the dragon's other true strikes it was about to do.
Ah.
So, there is a little blessing in disguise there. The other thing that it is going to do, I suppose. By the way, since Broadway is, well, since you're at 0 hit point, Broadway unmanifests, I believe.
Yo.
I believe so as well.
And with its last action, the tiny baby dragon is just going to fly on top of this chest there at the corner, and that's gonna be its turn. So Lexington, who happens to be at 0 hit points and dying 1. You don't have the condition on you. Now you do. On your character sheet, please make me a recovery check.
Where's that?
Top left in your character sheet, where it's your hit points, there's the dying. The one is toggle, and right next to it there's a little dice.
Alright.
Alright, that's a failure. Your dying value is going to go up by 1. So now
But you could use your hero point.
Yeah, I think I'm actually gonna do that.
Yep.
I remove that and do another roll.
Okay.
Let's go. Oh no, I died more.
Nice.
Well, in actuality, if you are using your hero point, you might as well just use it to make a heroic recovery in which you just stabilize.
Oh yes, of course, I do that.
The difference is that you would spend all of your hero points, but since you only have 1, might as well.
Oh yeah, sure.
So instead, you lose the dying condition, and you're not wounded, but you are at 0 hit point. You are at 0 hit points and stabilized, and you have no hero points. So that's going to be your turn.
Yay.
Knick-knack.
Okay, now that I can move my
Close the
stuff
door,
around.
close the door, close the door!
Yeah, I was gonna say Knick-Knack jumps off of Rusty and closes the door. And we can think about things from there.
Closing the door is one action, just so you know.
Yeah.
Combat should be over, right? Unless they're opening the door from the inside with the tiny dragon arms.
Oh, you don't know what they are capable of doing.
Well, just to burn my last action, I will remember where my actions tab is. And I will overdrive, which is a standard crafting DC. Doop-a-doop. Nice. That's my turn.
Alright. So, Wildak.
Dang it, Lex!
I'm sorry.
Get 12 points back.
So you're using 2 actions to cast heal on Lex.
Yep.
Alright.
Ah, thank you very much. Do I lose some of the conditions?
So, Then I'm going to move over to here and prepare to close this door.
To
So the
lock,
light doesn't fall on it.
to lock the room again?
Yes.
Alright, fair enough. So you get to do that on your next turn.
Next turn.
So now it's the other tiny dragon.
Watch him shoot fire through the keyhole.
At this point, Vice, you can hear hissing coming in from through the other door, but through this door here. But that's about it. Are you doing anything?
I think he might be gone.
Vice?
He said be right back in chat.
Oh,
Yes, he did.
okay. So, all of you at this point, who are even you, Wildak, who's not so close to the door, you can hear the loud hissing of the dragons within. They are not happy with this invasion, but you figure they're most unhappy with the light that you're bringing in.
Uh-huh.
It would seem like everything in this dungeon is. Particularly unhappy when bright lights are exposed all over the place. Like with the bats.
Well, I plan on closing that door next round. Those angry things can stay in that room.
Don't we want the loot?
Along with the
That's
things that
probably-
they're guarding, yes.
Yeah.
Well, there's things that they're guarding, but I don't know.
I personally think that we should ask the other dragon about them.
That's an option.
Is Regas back?
He is up there talking with the owl bear.
I don't think he's back now.
Nope.
I don't think he is back.
Well, while we wait, I have this nice statue that we can plant on the floor and activate, and it should act like a minion or like a pet, I guess. We could maybe just shove the door open, throw that in there, and activate it in, I don't know, and combine two player turns, and maybe just close the door again and see what happens, you know?
Let it do its thing.
Yes, like a grenade.
I don't think that would be a good idea. I mean, it's just going to antagonize the dragons.
Do you think we could calm them? I don't know.
I mean, I wouldn't object to knowing what's going on with them first.
Yeah, of course. I'm just killing time until we wait for our friend.
Yeah, I think that that's the best idea, is to talk to that other dragon again and find out why they're in there. I mean, just don't leave two dragons alone in an office ripping up the place.
That said, he was up. Wasn't he up talking there yesterday, or was that only today?
He should be yesterday, right?
I think it was yesterday. I mean, what did they even eat in there?
No, it was today, because that was behind the cube door. We came in. That's not a drawing tool. We came in this way, and came in through there. And this room had the cube before we stopped.
Got it.
That was today.
Well, I imagine he's still up there.
So, what is the plan then? Are you guys going to lock the dragons in and go talk to the other dragon?
I think so.
That's my plan. That's Woldak's plan. Lex seems in on it.
Alright. I'm gonna call it and say that Vice will, for all intents and purposes, hold and follow along for now with whatever you guys are planning to do, just so we don't sit around.
All right.
So, on your turn, Wildak, you're just closing the door, is that right?
Like that. So the light doesn't make it to the door anymore.
Okay. So you do that. You close the door. The light does not come through anymore, and the closed door to the office, as you can see, the inner latches within the door itself, the mechanism reactivates, and all those latches just kind of locks the door in place, both at one another and at the frames. That's all. It is now currently locked and inaccessible.
All right. Those things can't get out now.
We presume.
I hope.
I don't think they have reason to come out at the very least.
So,
All right. Are we going upstairs, talking to a dragon friend?
I think so.
Sounds like a plan.
okay.
All we have to do is travel to the south and then over and up, and we can go back up.
Well, yeah.
Or up and then left.
Yep.
So you're.
I don't think we need to change maps for that because there isn't another map.
Yeah, there is no other map for the other map. So you guys are pretty much just making your way back to the upper floor, right?
To the fire.
All right, fair enough. I will have a roll in place for you all. A lovely perception check that all of you guys can go ahead and roll from chat.
Privately?
Private?
Yeah. In the little chat thing that popped up for you guys.
Blind. Yeah, it's asking.
Mm-hmm.
Blind general.
And a roll for Vice as well. Okay. All of you keep track of the path that you're taking. Doing your best to avoid any potential weirdness about the way that you guys are going. And to a degree, there aren't many. Yeah. Yeah, there isn't any. Luckily for you guys, none of the bats have reallocated within the dungeon between then and now. What with two of you shining like beacons in the dark, nothing within the dungeon is disturbed. Nothing else, I should say. You go back upstairs and you find Talon and the 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 noodle dragon talking still in Draconic, and all of you are completely unaware of what even they are saying, except for you, Knick-Knack. And at that point, the noodle dragon is just trying to make sense of how exactly the druid has exploded. But that's about it.
Yeah, druids aren't really supposed to explode, are they? Hello again.
We're back.
So we've cleared most of the thing. And then there's that room at the end of the light puzzle that has 2 dragons in it, apparently.
Ah, the little guardians, yes.
Weren't dragons not a thing until recently? How long have they been in there?
That would be true dragons.
Oh,
So actual dragons are not a thing. But all
or
other
weren't.
yeah, or weren't. Or to some degree. But all that doesn't necessarily mean that all creatures with the draconic archetype have been are gone. So wyverns, little other worms and things are still a thing. To some degree. Nonetheless, the druid would have all kinds of protection. He decided to entrust the protecting of the dungeon to me, and the protecting of his room to those twin little dragons. Now, they are their own creatures and they had their own agreement. Whatever their agreement was, it didn't pertain to me. And I was not made aware of it.
Okay. Do you know if they're reasonable at all? Because they got very angry and bit one of my friends here so hard that he fell unconscious.
Still hurt.
Actually, he bit his... I'm not going to explain that sentence.
Those little draconic beings, they hide in the shadows. They're not big fans of light, which is only fitting that they would guard the treasures contained within.
You
Fair
think they
enough.
would attack us if there was no light at all in this room?
I think that they would attack anyone who dared enter the
Ah,
office. The light is just an extra aggravant, but keeping it all in the dark wouldn't deter them at all from attacking you from entering that room.
I see. Well, I'm not sure if I can... That's about as far as we can get on information on that then. Unless you can tell me if they do things besides bite and scratch people.
Shadow dragons are creatures of the shadows. So be careful around dark environments. They might prowl about.
Okay, so keep them out of the dark, but keep them in the light. Got it. Some version of that sentence.
Pretty much, yeah.
Well, thank you for that. I guess we can try talking with them and hoping that they don't Angie. Otherwise, we could boop them until they fall asleep, or we can leave them alone, I guess.
With the treasure.
Yeah.
I'm assuming that you're going to tell us all of this.
Yes. That last part was presumably after I told people that perfectly understood a one-sided conversation. Sorry.
So just so you know, there's no more healing today.
Don't start with Lex. Got it.
Hey. Yes.
Or rather, Broadway. So, do we go down and attempt negotiations, or
I
Diplomacy
think
time.
you're the only one who can try to talk to them through the door.
yeah? But
Knock 3 times and ask if they want to build a snowman.
I think that's
I
5
got that
times
reference.
actually.
Oh yeah, it is 5 times. 3 times would be a declaring war.
Or trying to summon some manner of cocktail, I think.
Well, those things seem to hit pretty hard, and even Lexington is still fairly damaged.
Seemed like a bit of a lucky blow, but yes.
Yeah.
They
It
did crit.
definitely look. Yeah. But yeah, I wouldn't want to deal with that again. Ideally.
And even
I
on
think-
the crit, they rolled very high on their damage.
Yeah.
Yeah, because
Think
they
trying
rolled
to
a
talk
9.
to them- Yeah, I still think we should try to talk to them. Let's see what happens.
Okay, diplomacy it shall be.
Mhm. But how exactly we're gonna do that? We need the light to open the door, and once we can shove you inside in case they're not responding, you might just die.
We
Shove
don't
you
need the light.
inside.
We don't need the light to open the door. I have a
Oh yeah,
key.
we have the key. Yes, sorry, my bad.
That said, I might want to try speak to them through the crack in the door. We did hear through it hissing.
Overdrive.
Yep.
I summon my idol, please.
Blue eyes, white
Right.
boyfriend.
So what is the overall plan then?
I guess Knick-Knack will go over to the door, knock a bunch, and say housekeeping in Draconic.
So you're done talking to the people upstairs.
Yes, I suppose. Yeah, so let's not skip that step. I thank the Dirk for his advice, and we head back to the place, and then we proceed, I guess.
Alright. We'll advance a couple several minutes to the clock, so Lex's immunity to healing is only down to 30 minutes.
Thank you.
Only down to 30 minutes.
And what happens next now is that couple rolls will be made. That's a shit roll. That's also a shit roll.
You shouldn't complain, Doug. You've gotten 2 crits already.
I know. So...
What do you think you have? Halfling luck or something?
Wouldn't that be great if I had? So, what happens is that all of you guys say your goodbyes to the Dirk, to Talon, the owl bear, and you make your way back down into this room. Coming from the south, was it right?
No, we were coming through the center and then down by the barrels, according to Cobalt.
Really?
Yeah, this is the
Oh, okay. Well, fair enough.
most straightforward route.
I mean, either works.
That doesn't involve us going through secret doors.
Well, either works, really. So, I'm just placing you all in more or less where you would have been.
Yep.
And as soon
And
as
we
you...
walked into the new gelatinous cube.
No.
Gelatinous Cube 2.
Gelatinous Cube 2 Electric Boogaloo.
Yeah. So you walk in back into this room, but immediately... Oh, sorry. Not what I meant to do. Immediately you notice the hissing of the dragons. They're not within the room anymore. They're now out of the room. And they seem to have been trying to lay in ambush, but they're not at all. They're not particularly stealthy. So you clearly notice them coming in. And we're going to roll initiative again. Get a new order. Also, I imagine that this time around, Lex, you would have liked to cast Protect on your boy.
Yes, I was about to mention.
Alright.
Oh, wait, that's right. I don't actually need to have my character selected. This isn't Roll20.
How did you get 21 on initiative?
By having a dexterity modifier.
Ah, yes.
Because I'm a good halfling.
No,
I see.
initiative is perception based.
Sorry, by having a wisdom modifier.
Ah, okay.
And actually, isn't everyone trained in perception?
Yeah,
Yup.
but some people's wisdom is higher than others.
Yes, by having a wisdom modifier greater than -2.
I see.
So this is the new initiative order, is what it's looking like. We still have one of the Durgans go up first, but the other one goes
Excellent.
right after.
Our diplomat is lost in the initiative queue. Perfection.
Yep. So, what's going to happen is the dragon that's going first happens to be the one that's right beside all of you. It's going to try and do the shit.
Not the shits. Oh no.
Please no.
Seeing all of you come up, it's going to strike with its fun little strike of Shadow Bereft. So, it's a 5-foot radius burst. So, yeah, it would be centered right on the door, so we will get everyone except for Broadway. So I need all of you, Vice, Wildeck, Knick-Knack, Rusty, and Lex, all 4 of you, 5 of you, to make me a basic reflex saving throw, DC 16. It is in chat, you can just click the DC 16 and it'll roll that for you, so long as you have your character selected. the... Not that.
That's the basic
yeah, never
reflex
mind.
button. It's like I knew to do that, but I still clicked the wrong one.
I'd
No, I
like
did
to
it.
use. Ah, wait, I don't have hero points.
All of you should have hero points. You start with 1.
Except me.
Except for Lexington.
Yeah, he spent his.
Then I'd like to use mine.
Alright.
I need a hero point.
I need a hero. That's better.
That is
Oh, yeah, that's better.
a success. So, those of you who succeeded, which I believe is everyone except for Rusty, you suffer half the damage. The damage is this much cold damage. So you suffer 3 points of cold damage.
Rusty succeeds.
Well, fuck me, I guess. All of you suffered only 3 points of cold damage.
Alright.
So, Vice, Wildak, Rusty, Knickknack, and Lex all suffer 3 points of cold damage.
I already took 3.
So, did you write that down, Lex?
Yeah, I did already.
Alright. Well, you did it elsewhere other than clicking the button in chat.
Oh, I did it over the character thing. My bad, sorry.
It's okay. Just that, because that way I can double check on things.
Okay. Do it next time.
And the creature can't use its dinghy for another couple of rounds, so until round 3. Alright. Now, Wildak, what's your spell save DC again?
My spell save DC is 15.
15, alright. The dragon is trying to make a contract check to dispel your light.
Uh-huh.
Yours and Vice's, or whoever cast light on him. Yeah, it was himself.
I believe he cast light on him.
Alright. So if he rolls a 15 or higher, it's dispelled, the light on the both of you. And it does.
Oh, no.
So, no more light. And after that, the baby Dirk is going to, well, just fly a little bit further into the room. Make sure it's not within reach all that easily. And that's gonna be its turn. Wildak, you're up and you're blinded, I suppose? You can't see much. Can't see anything, in fact.
Sure I can.
Alright.
Aha!
I'm not sure what it was expecting.
I mean, it's a wasted action, so, you know.
Alright. So you're using 2
And
actions
I-
to cast light?
I am. And then I'm going to move.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen enough of this before. I know how this works. Don't stand clustered.
Well, we'd like to take you up on that advice.
Hey!
Alright. Now it's the other baby Dirg. Is going to do the same thing? Because why the hell not?
Does he have the range for it?
It does. As it happens.
It would be a shame if it targeted the only source of light in the room.
But I better believe it will. Unfortunately, it can't reach anyone else except for you. So only Wildak You get to make another basic reflex saving throw.
Oh no!
It's in chat, you can just click the DC 16. And you
No
make
way to stop this, says only person who this happens to regularly.
So you have the damage, and the damage is 6 cold damage to you. And is going to make a counteract check against your spell, your light spell. And it just makes it.
Dang it!
Damn it.
Darkness.
And you can't use it until the next round. Or for
No.
1 round. So it'll be able to use it again on round 3, the other one on round 4, but that's it for their turns. They can't do much else. So Lex/Broadway, the both of you are up. What are you doing?
I have two options. Either I buff Broadway and send him in, but there's a high chance he might just die next turn, so I'm thinking we're just throwing some bolts, probably smarter since they're out of range. Is my low light vision enough to target them with Lex?
No, you're in complete darkness, so Lex can't see anything. Broadway has dark vision, so he can see stuff.
Okay, then it's probably just smart to...
Low light vision means you can see in dim light, but not complete darkness.
Yeah, but boosting my Eidolon should work even if I don't see him since we're connected, right? So that's not an issue.
You can do that. You don't need. I don't think you need to see him to do that.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Alright, I'm just gonna do the 2s1 thing, so I get an extra move basically. Broadway gets 2 actions, Lex gets 1. For now, Lex uses boost Eidolon. Yes. Do I have to cast it or is it done now?
You have to drag the spell effect from chat into your Eidolon.
I got it on my... Oh no! It doesn't work, damn it. Alright, I had it on my bar. It doesn't work for some reason. Okay, and then Broadway has can do 2 actions.
Yep.
I think 25 is his range, right?
His speed, yes.
He goes down there, and then he smacks Tiny Dragon.
Don't forget your target.
He's so tiny, hard to target.
Why must you ruin diplomacy?
Good diplomacy failed. I'm sorry. Now it's smack time.
I didn't diplomacy. It has not failed.
Hit and damage, right?
Yes. Roll for damage. That's 9. Plus 2, so that's 11. Because the boost thing didn't take.
Didn't?
Yeah, well, it's not showing up in the regular calculations. So I'm assuming it didn't take. Or did it?
Ah,
I don't
that's
think
weird.
it did. It's because it would have worked if your Eidolon was a character, but I had its character sheet as a monster, so that's why.
Ah, okay.
But no worries. So 11 points of damage to Baby Durg. Oh no.
And then I think my Protect Champion should be gone, right? It is 1 turn.
I don't know. Is it?
It should switch off by itself, I think.
Yeah, but okay, never mind.
Okay, so
And
before we move on, because the dragons are not in brightness, it's going to use its reaction to try and shadow evade. So I need you to make that flat check in chat. If you fail, you miss the attack.
No.
The dragon meshes within the darkness. And you see that even though it is physical, it seems to dissolve into the darkness itself. It almost feels like it kind of blends with the shadows in the walls. To shift its form so much that you you can't even hit it. So that
All right.
attack fails to connect.
And then I have one action left since I used my 2s1 thing. I can just run back with Broadway, right? There's no reason not to.
If you want to.
Come back, coward, he says
Yeah,
as
I
he
don't
runs
feel
away.
like that.
And that's gonna be your turn.
Yes.
Alright. So next up is Vice, but I don't think Regis is here still.
I'm here. How
Oh.
many turns does it take to use a torch?
A torch.
Actions, yes.
Um,
I mean, they cannot dispel a torch.
they can.
The darkness automatically dispels non-magical darkness.
Bah.
Oh,
Oh.
exactly.
If it's non-magical, it's just automatically dispelled. If it is magical, then they have to make a check.
That said, they can't dispel it for a bit, so...
Oh. I cast light. Oh.
Actually, as a matter of fact, I got the calculations wrong. Its counteract modifier should not have been +9, should have been +8. So Wildex's light is not dispelled.
Aha!
So I
I
do
knew
not
it.
cast light then.
Yeah, you don't need
Then
to
it
cast
didn't
light.
get to evade.
It did
Oh
because
yeah,
it is
that's
dim light.
11 damage.
Your radius is only up to 40 feet.
Aha.
It is
That's
with
40 feet.
it is within dim light.
Yeah. That was not the correct button.
So, did it hit or not? Could I wait
It
at all?
didn't. It didn't hit.
No.
No. Yeah, it's in dim light. Or
Ah,
darkness. So it was in... Of course, the measuring tool immediately goes to the sphere, but the drawing tool goes to the selection box.
Nonetheless,
think
it's Vice's turn now.
Yeah, over there is the cutoff.
I mean, I would take my turn, but the Mr. Waldak should glow, and he doesn't on my end.
Yeah,
He is glowing.
He is glowing, you're just concealed by a wall, so you can't see that.
Yeah, you are.
Who closed the door? Stop it!
You are around the
Stop
corner.
playing with doors!
They're dangerous.
Stop!
Produce flat. 30 feet. Fucker. Another fucker.
Could always move.
Come inside. What is
Common
wrong?
sense! Excuse you! I walk here. It might be a mistake, but I'll roll with it. Now I can use produce flame. I produce thy flames.
Produce that flame.
As they say, fire let thy kiss. Or something, I don't remember, I haven't played Dragon's Dogma in forever.
Right,
Not
so
sure what the penalties for.
target whom you're
Attacking.
attacking and make the attack roll.
That's it.
That super hits.
And it can't react.
Technically, it could.
No, it used its reaction.
But if it is within darkness, if it's not in bright light, it gets a second reaction.
Wait.
Ah,
Fire does
Sneaky.
not produce light? Really?
But the fire from produce flame will produce light.
Aha!
So much so that it can't do that, and not only that, but you trigger its other thing. The bright light
I
blinds
triggered
it.
it. Oh, nice. I
For-
triggered my trap card.
So you're saying it crit hit us while it was blinded?
I forgot to see that. This creature
see.
has too many conditions. It's crazy. So they're blinded until their next turn. The end of its next turn. Fair enough. And it will suffer that much damage.
Nope,
Not only
stick
that,
to fire.
but it takes extra damage because they're made of shadows. They don't like light. And things that create light, such as fire. So it takes extra damage. And I believe that's your turn.
Yep.
Alright. Knick-Knack. And Rusty.
I feel like diplomacy is dead.
I have a hunch.
Also, they do seem to be shadow monsters, which makes having them as pets a bit difficult.
Wait. Was that the goal of diplomacy all along?
Maybe.
Slavery, yes. What?
That was an optional side goal. But yeah. Yeah, diplomacy is dead, and I don't think it gets any easier after we've set them on fire and flashed them with several lights in a row. So yeah, I'm gonna command that. I'm gonna do my good friend. Let me just put that action into chat. Why not? Can't because it's not an action I have apparently. I'm gonna use the action to give my boy another action. Or to give my boy 2 actions.
Command.
I will use one of the... What's the way to draw measure a line as you're moving in this?
I'm not entirely sure I understand what you said there.
When you're moving your token, is there a key to automatically draw a ruler from where you are to where you're moving? Nope. Okay. Fine.
That's a module in your game.
I can move. Okay. 2 of us move 40 feet. And then I'm going to use 2 of my actions to make my boy explode.
Alright.
Dealing that, they need to make a reflex save.
Both of the Durgans.
E.
Alright.
I hope Vice not in the explosion range.
It's only a 5-foot radius.
Thank God.
One of them succeeds by 1. The other also succeeds.
Also 60. Okay, it's
So they suffer half.
skills. Yes.
Alright.
Don't know if it specifies things automatically. Yeah. I'm just talking to myself out loud. Then I need to make a unstable check.
Ooh.
Okay. I was supposed to do that, but it's actually it's just a flat check, isn't it? Yes, it is. So yeah, 20. Doesn't matter which character rolls it. So things behave normally.
And that's your turn.
And then Rusty can attack this one, since he has an action left.
He used one action to move.
Yes. He has a movement speed of 40 feet.
Oh boy. Okay, fair enough.
That was the upgrade I got him at first level.
Alright.
He's going to come on and slam. I think that hits.
Maybe the
And
other
it-
dragons, so we can maybe knock out one, less damage and stuff. Just a thought.
I don't know.
Alright, then not.
Maybe. I mean, we could knock them out and leave them here.
I'm just trying
Since we
to...
have also non-lethally avoided other monsters in the area, so it's not like we've actually cleared the place.
No, I meant we should attack the same one, so we kill one first. We don't have to fight two at once, but that's all.
I was just splitting damage.
Alright.
So I believe that because these dragons are in dim light and Rusty does not possess any kind of dark vision or low light vision, don't know if he can have.
It can, but it does not have presently.
So it would, those creatures would be concealed from him.
Okay.
So he needs to make a DC 5 flat check to target, to hit them. So just roll d20. If you roll 5 or higher, you hit. Rusty hits, rather.
Come
Yep.
on, Rusty!
We believe in
I
you.
clicked the roll dice button and then it did nothing. There we go. Try again.
Alright.
That's above 5.
It hits
Go, Rusty.
Dirk.
Go, Rusty.
It suffers bludgeoning damage.
Gesundheit.
Alright.
That's everything my turn touches.
Well, in fact, it was not only because it's blinded and Rusty doesn't have low light vision or dark vision, but because this Drake didn't use its reaction, and so it could do the Shadow Evade. Nonetheless, the flat check for that is DC 11, so you would have made it anyways. Alright. That's it for your turn, I suppose.
Yep.
Alright. You guys need less abilities. These turns are taking too long.
No.
Well, more like our pet summoners need less abilities, guys.
Your pets needs to be simpler, so...
You don't need to have pets. Take them away.
I need 2 pets.
You lost
okay?
your pet privilege.
Yeah, give your Onyx dog to someone else. So...
Yep. Not like we need more pets.
Is Rusty Durgan. It's blinded, so it'll be needing to make DC 11 flat checks to be able to hit. Nonetheless, it is going to go and try and attack the rider or the mount. The rider. So Knick-Knack. Where's Knick-Knack?
He's probably underneath, and I can't move things.
You can shift Z to choose which one you're targeting. I think I should be targeting Knick-Knack.
I can't move him to check, so...
Well, we'll double check now. It's going to go ahead and try and make 3 attacks against you.
Frenzy, wow.
Alright, it can make its first. Since it succeeded that flat check over there. So the first attack will be a Jaws. A bite. Which will hit for
Max damage.
13 points of damage to Knick-Knack. The second strike misses, thanks to that other flat check that has already thankfully been rolling. And for the third attack, at a map -8,
Not good.
I'm unconscious.
Succeeds the flat check but misses the attack.
Ah,
And yeah. It is no longer blinded at the end of its turn, although
It's now dazzled.
it is now dazzled. Ba, 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 ba. You know what? Just for shits and giggles, it is going to use its last. What are you doing?
Getting confused.
I noticed.
It was lagging, so I clicked another button, and then it undid the first button that hadn't acted yet.
All right. It will use its last action to just do one more attack. Try do one more attack. No cigar,
I
however.
can't.
Fails the flat check. The attack doesn't connect. So it is no longer blinded, but it is dazzled. And that's its turn. Wildak, you're up. Actually, it's not dazzled, it's not in bright light.
yeah, you should move down so we can.
It
thank
will
God.
be in bright light shortly.
I move my max distance there.
Now it's dazzled.
Dazzling. And then I'm going to cast a cantrip on it.
Cantrip.
I'm shooting it with the goods.
Goods. Alright. Make your attack. Don't forget your target.
I did forget to target.
Which one are you attacking?
The one directly in front of me.
Alright. Its AC is... well, you hit. So roll for damage.
Let's hope it's evil.
Let's hope it's evil.
It is evil.
Ah,
Yay!
Okay. That's another reason to not keep it as a pet.
So
not like that was an option to begin with, but okay.
And it's been hit by a light beam now.
By what?
Well, it's immune to getting
Uh,
blinded for another until it spends an hour in darkness.
Right, right.
Uh.
And that's my turn.
Alright. As the other Durg. Well, it's in that square, so consider it would have been there. So it's going to do the same thing. Is it going to attack the rider or the mount? The mount. So... what the hell's going on with your token?
I'm
Kobold,
dead, and
You're,
Rusty is not.
you shouldn't be dead.
He missed.
Yeah, you're not dead. He missed.
When I took 13 damage earlier?
Yeah, it didn't take you down to 0.
Yeah, still
Success.
that last one.
I clicked the thing, and it said I have no more hit points. I only took
No.
11 damage.
Oh, weird. Well, no, never mind. Then you are down.
The hit points that you see is Rusty's,
Ah!
because my
Gosh.
tokens are overlaid on top of each other.
That's a little bit annoying. So I can't quite target Rusty. Don't
Just
think.
move knick-knack and fill up or something.
Okay. So they are going to... oh boy. It is going to attack Rusty. Try to at least. With its Hackdang Draconic Frenzy. So it'll make 3 attacks, the first being a Jaws. Hit.
Rusty's AC is 15, so yes. And Rusty is down.
No.
Alright. So once again it wastes the other attacks that it would have. And with its last action, I suppose, it is going to move over here. Away from light.
come back, you asshole.
So it's not blinded and not dazzled, but that's the end of its turn. So both Knick-Knack and Rusty are down. I'm going to put you apart so it's easier for people. Lex and Broadway, you're up.
So is it in dim light for me now? Can I see it with Lex or not?
It is with the in dim light. You can see it. Yes.
I see.
When you have your token selected, if the thing isn't like completely obscured, you can see it.
Okay.
Like for example, if it were there, you can see that if you have your token selected, it shows up as a little.
See the swirlies, yes.
Yeah, the swirlies. That means you can't target it. You can see it.
Just a question, shouldn't have gotten back Magic Missile since I spent a night resting, or does it take longer to get back?
You should have unless you spent it.
Not since we slept, so I love to cast it now.
Alright. I'll trust you then. Go ahead and cast it.
I'll be targeting for 2 and 3. Let's go.
Alright. So on the first, missile takes 5 points of damage. On the second, it gets blasted to bits.
Yes. The third is still cast, though, right? So.
Yep, it goes away. Or it goes into the wall.
Yeah,
Just hit its corpse for just to be sure. Fuck this guy.
Yeah, you hit the corpse again and it just completely explodes, leaving no remains whatsoever behind. And that's it for your turn.
You left clicked it 30 times.
Vice, you're up.
It's me.
It's you.
I'll just swing my sword at it.
Alright. So 1 action to move and 1 action to...
Strike.
Okay.
That's a... Strike number 2, electric Google.
Go for it.
That looks like a critical.
It is a critical. That's a natural 20 on the dice. Little do you know.
It had the swirlies, so you know it's critical.
So it is going to be suffering 12 points of damage. It's in bright light, so it can't use its shadow evade action, so...
It dies.
It dies.
Oh.
I killed him!
You
Welcome
did.
to the club.
You absolutely slash up this little draconic bastard into pieces, and when he falls down, it's dead and unmoving. And you have
assuming that nothing else is there, I'm going to cast this on Knick-Knack.
All right, yeah, that's fair. Knick-Knack stabilizes, and you don't get wounded, but you're at 0 hit points.
All right. Should we get the loot, or do we stabilize first? What's the plan?
I'm trying to stabilize Knick-Knack
Okay, so you're going to treat wounds on him.
and treat wounds now.
All right.
I'm going to click for my treat wounds macro. It makes me so excited this works.
No.
Not that it fails, but that it works.
It theoretically would work, yeah.
Yes.
I suppose you have already used your hero point.
Oh, I haven't. All right, let's give that a try. You know, I tried the best that I could.
Good thing you haven't used a halfling luck yet.
I haven't used my halfling luck, but I really hate using that.
So we're going to leave Knick-Knack unconscious on the floor.
I have no other healing mechanisms. Does anybody have a healing potion?
Oh, I used mine on somebody.
That was me!
It was you.
I mean, worst case scenario, Knick-Knack will recover 1 hit point in an hour.
We'll just have to give him an hour. Let's
Or
go
we
look for
find-
the loot!
We could find a healing potion actually in the loot. That could be an option.
That's true.
I might recommend trying to identify this alchemical consumable elixir healing that's in my inventory.
They pilfer your body for that.
Let's check him and see if he's paid his taxes.
Whomst do you mean?
Me.
Knick-Knack.
Alright. So, are you guys trying to identify that then?
We will try to identify it.
Alright. Is any one of you proficient in crafting?
No, not in the least.
Because you need
Let
it.
me check. No.
Vice?
Yes,
Are you proficient
Also
in crafting?
crafting.
I am.
So you can attempt that crafting check. then.
Yes.
Thankfully, you didn't just go down pouring this liquid into Knick-Knack's throat, because this is not particularly healing in that it'll recover hit points, but rather in that it'll help you stave off diseases.
There's another one though.
Shush, you're dead.
Silence, you dead.
We're checking him out, so I mean, do we see another one we didn't know?
Is there another one?
There is.
Which one?
It's the one at the bottom.
Alright. Da-da-da-da-da. So, Vice, you can make another crafting check to try and identify that one. Alright. So that one you identify as... Hold it. There you go. This one you identify as an elixir of life miner. That Knick-Knack had on his person throughout this whole endeavor.
Well, do you think that he would mind if we use this on him? Or we could wait an hour and he'll come to consciousness. He is stabilized. He's not dying.
40 minutes now, actually. You did just spend 20 minutes identifying items.
Well, let's just wait. Let's just wait. We'll look at the things that are in the room.
We
Alright.
can decide afterwards, yeah.
Fair enough. So you kind of prop Knick-Knack up into the corner, kind of resting against the broken body of Rusty. And you try to open the door, but it is locked.
Oh, we need the lock.
Here, I'll open the door.
Yes.
Then the door unlocks. And once again, within the room, now that you have a little bit more time to look into it, you can see that it is indeed an office. There is a desk. There is the stack of crates on the corner. Both of those things are the things in which the baby dragons were sitting on top of. And to another corner, there's a little sneaky treasure chest. And a wonderful what's it called? A little journal also sat on top of the desk.
Oh, maybe we
Ooh.
can find out why the druid exploded.
Alright. So
Dear diary, today I'm going to go into the forest and explode.
if you open up the chest, you can see the loot within.
It's a lot of money. It's not actually. It's 4 gold.
Check.
It's 40
Wait,
gold.
is it 4? 40.
And
Never mind. Wrong.
half plate. You know, half plate fits a half length.
Is that how it works nowadays?
If I press loot, does it take everything?
It does, yes. So whatever it is that you want, you just drag it to your character sheet. I've already separated the gold pieces into piles, so each one can drag one for themselves.
Oh yeah,
I
that's good.
I think I'm going to fail this perception check
Oh yeah, both you and Rusty failed that perception check.
on account of, well,
Not
Rusty
being
doesn't
conscious.
work at the moment. Yep.
Then I'll take the 10 golds for our unconscious friend. He'll get it later.
Sure. But yeah, I'll still need
never
Vice
hear of
and
it again.
Wildak to roll perception from that thing I posted in chat.
Oops, sorry.
Alright. So, whilst all of you are pillaging the room, Wildak, you notice a hissing noise. Yet another hissing noise.
Oh no, another dragon?
And it chills your spine a little bit, and then you look around to see where the hissing noise is coming from. And you see that it's coming from the crates. And you very, very cautiously approach the crates to notice that they're all piled in such a way that they're hiding or concealing and blocking a trapdoor underneath, and there is a hissing that is coming from within.
Maybe there's
Well,
a pet dragon
that's-
down there.
Yeah, it's only snakes usually, so I think we should just leave it there until at least we get Knick-Knack back up.
Yeah, it's not running away, so...
Nonetheless, you do find on top of the desk a... where is it? A journal. You find it... if you find said journal, and looking at it, it's written in a language I don't think any one of you can read.
Yeah, it looks like just chicken scratch to me.
Chicken
Maybe that's why the
scratch.
druid. Maybe that's why the druid exploded. Is that they were going insane and just writing these weird glyphs in the book.
What's this? SLU? No, that's
Hey,
not right.
hey!
Let's see what Microsoft font this is.
Why don't we take it with us? And maybe we can get someone to tell us what it says.
All right. So you're
Sure.
taking all of these belongings back with you, as there's nothing else left in this dungeon. You have thoroughly explored it.
Does
And
anyone
then we-
understand the language?
Nope,
No.
not as far as we know.
There's still some money in and an alchemical gauntlet in the box. Who wants it?
I'm not much for mixing stuff.
I think maybe Knick-Knack, if anybody, he should get it, I think.
That sounds good.
Should I take it for now?
Sure, we can give it to him later.
Alright, and somebody forgot that 10 gold in here, so...
I think that's also
I
Knick-Knack's
got mine.
money.
No, I already took the Knick-Knack's money. I think
That's
Yes,
otherwise...
wise.
Took some without his consent.
Yeah, I don't think Wise took his money.
Yeah, Weiss, that's yours. There's still
Why
10.
are we taking? Why are we splitting money? I swear.
Because it's split in 4 tokens for easier
Because they
convenience.
opened the chest and they found 4 perfectly stacked piles of money.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, it's that thing that they do where they put like they put duct tape around little stacks of coins, kind of like that.
And they
Normal
like to
people
put them in
thing.
stacks of 10. Well, so...
All right. So, is everyone done?
I think so.
All right.
Fine, I'll take it. Nobody wants the gold.
I took it already. Jeez.
There's still 10 left. So, I just took it. I took 3 packs of gold. Somebody did not take theirs. I already got Knick-Knack,
Took
so...
mine.
All
Did
right.
you
Fine, I'm
drag it
fine.
from the chest, or did you increase your money by 10?
I dragged from the chest.
No, I mean Vice.
Oh.
I dragged the 10 that was left. There was 10 left. I took 10.
It does say
Nonetheless,
that.
Then
Okay.
it's Wildak who didn't take any money. No, he did.
No, it's free real estate.
so
Okay, whatever.
once you're done splitting the money and doing all of the things you need to do, you somehow grab both Knick-Knack and Rusty and start dragging them out of the dungeon. Back to the top, and as best as you can tell, there's nothing else left here.
All right.
So, once you're back, there's only the Draconic Thing and Talon still kind of hanging out together, for lack of a better term. They're just there. They're vibing. They're chilling.
Well, that's good. I will tell Talon that Knick-Knack has been knocked unconscious, and that we would like to ask him to ask the Noodle Dragon if he could look at something for us, and maybe it has a reason why the druid exploded.
All right. You're showing the Noodle Dragon the journal then.
Yes.
All right. The Noodle Dragon looks at it and says, "Ah, that's the language Master would use. I'm unfamiliar with this." Clearly, though, you're using Talon as your translator now since Knick-Knack is knocked out.
Yes.
He's still asleep.
You hear a voice in the back of your mind. It's probably druidic.
Well, I thought maybe it was Draconic. Everybody else spoke Draconic.
But yeah, the Dragon Noodle does not know what it is.
Well, we're unsure why the druid exploded. We'll take it back with us and see if someone can tell us, and then maybe we can send you a message.
All right. And Talon also perks up and starts saying, "Previously, friends, you have invited me to join you in your place of higher learning. I had my own duties to fill with the tower, keeping the flame alive. But now that our friend Vinnick here is up to speed, he has agreed to keep up the duties. of keeping the flame alive. So I suppose I can accompany you on your journey for the moment.
Oh, there we go. You can come back to Mergen and talk to all the people at the university.
I would be delighted to do so, friends. And for better or for worse, Talon is free to go should you want to bring him along for any non-violent things you're planning to do.
Yeah. I mean, we offered him a ride back to the university, and that way maybe he can train and use his druidical powers to help people in the area.
Yep. You don't know that he has any druidical powers, in fact.
Well, to use whatever skills that he has to help people in the area.
Fair enough.
It's at least a good idea to get him able to handle himself with his new awakened sense.
Mm-hmm.
He might have learned
And-
more than just language from the druid explosion.
Correct, and by having the book, we'll know why, and we can tell him then,
All right.
and he can come back and tell Vinnick. Is his last name Vine Sauce?
No.
No?
Hey.
Okay,
Hi,
sorry.
Michael. Vsauce here.
That was me,
Yes.
not Doug.
All right. So, is there anything else you guys are doing here at this location?
I think that is it.
Nope. Unless there's like a shop for healing potions, then not.
No, you're in the middle of nowhere.
I know, I was sarcastic. Let's go home.
Well, you
Just out of-
you can't go anywhere because I'm dead.
You're not dead. You're just really hurt. Checking with our compatriots that are on the ship, none of them recognize this language either, right?
Boy, good question. I didn't think to assign them any languages. Let me see if, for any reason, they would have those. Because apparently they have some languages here. I actually did assign them languages, but no, none of them know this language.
Okay, very good.
However,
Of course,
however,
you're not actually going anywhere because the pilot is unconscious.
Yes,
Oh,
yeah, I
yeah.
know. But we can use that time to charge the engine.
they don't know the language, but as soon as you ask them about the book and the languages, Merk, the goblin, is immediately like, "Oh my god, what happened to Knick-Knack?"
He fell down and a dragon landed on him.
That's one way of putting it.
You didn't think of healing him?
I've tried healing him. I've used all of my spells for the day.
And Merk is just... You kind of see him looking wide-eyed at all of you, and he goes and uses one of his spell slots to heal Knick-Knack. 11 hit points.
Yay!
Nice.
Everything tastes like pain.
Propane.
No.
Just regular pain then.
We're
We're-
sorry, Knick-Knack. The dragons beat Rusty up.
Oh, for fuck's sake. What did I miss?
Not much.
We have this glove that we think that you might be able to use. And we
that
found out that one of
go
those
with the other
potions
glove.
is a potion of life, and the other one seems to resist some sort of disease. Sorry, we're looking in your backpack and see if something would help you.
And you use the potion of life to revive me then?
No, we were just waiting for time to go by.
He's just going to stare blankly for a few minutes.
Well, you remember me saying that I was out of healing spells before we went down?
Yes. I know.
I did try to run a medicine on you, but I wasn't lucky today.
I had a healing potion on me, though, apparently.
Well, it was well hidden.
I mean, you knew that I had a healing potion and you found and looked at it because I didn't know it was a healing potion.
Well, I mean, it seems to do more than just that, so I thought maybe you would use it later. I mean, we weren't in any imminent danger.
I see. Okay. Got it. What else? So then I presume we looted the room.
We did.
Besides the glove.
Oh, and you got 10 gold pieces. Lexington is carrying them for you.
You can have them with the gauntlets.
Okay, I will add a second gauntlet to my inventory.
I just drag and drop it on him.
Just as a little side note, the cauldron did stop following Knick-Knack once he fell down. Did anyone else took it up?
Yes, of course.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we wouldn't leave it behind. He
Okay.
was so enamored with this thing.
So you did bring the cauldron along with you all.
Yes.
And your cauldron, we put it in the room, your room on the airship. That way, you can do whatever it is that you do with that thing.
Okay. And Talon is here.
He is. He's going to go back to the university with us.
Yay.
You had previously invited me and I decided to tag along. For however long you will have me. And also
Okay.
decipher the message in the book. That's so I can understand what the druid was up to.
There was a book.
There was a book. I showed you here. It has some sort of squiggles in it.
We can read it. I don't think you can either, but you can check.
I cannot. Talon can't read this? I thought the druid exploded knowledge into him.
He didn't seem to understand it either. Neither did Vinnick. That was the Noodle Dragon's name.
Ah. Well then. I guess we should go back. Then.
Are we going to stop and see the Sonic Elk on the way through?
Do we want to?
Can you? Rather is the question.
I mean, I'm not in a particularly good capacity to do that. And I have to fix Rusty and fly this thing and.
Well, we have to charge this thing first.
With spell slots you don't
Also
have.
true.
Well, no, I do have one spell slot left.
Ah.
I
You
think
lied.
I don't need
It's
one.
just not healing.
Regis, are you there? Regis?
No.
Oh wow, he's really busy today.
He's got something going on.
All right. Okay. So the thing is, as you guys are around and about, Grangak, he shows up after all of this is said and done, and explains the situation. Well, I was doing some calculations, and I don't think we can get back home.
Yes, because we're going to run out of power.
Yes, and I would hate to see what happens when the ship runs out of power midair. That would not be fun.
Yeah. No,
That
not
does
at
sound like a
all.
bad idea.
It does sound like a bad idea. Very bad idea.
I'm here, sorry.
Hello. I see.
Some people need my attention every second.
Apparently. I sent you a message on Telegram.
Uh-huh. Give me a second.
And furthermore, he pretty much just shows you the ins and outs of his calculation. He has been doing his best to try and chart a route from the tower to where you slay the owlbear to the Sonic Elk back to the Novarcana, and it's according to his calculations. Now that you know how to read the gauge that shows how much fuel you have left, he says that it'll take you. I had written this down, and yet the paper vanished from my hands. How weird. It'll take
Vanished, you say?
quirky little things. Those papers, they get all over the place. But pretty much, it'll take you 90 fuel, 90k to get there, and you only have 60.
Well, let's start charging this sucker.
Yeah.
All right. So you have to perform that ritual again, and because you have to keep
Yep.
performing the ritual multiple times, since it's doubtful that you get it all going in one single charge, and also depending on how well or poorly you fly the ship, you might spend more or less charges. It's a whole shenanigan. So
Yep. I think we should at least be charging it today, and probably tomorrow as well, because I mean we don't have the full set of casters that the university had to charge this thing.
yeah. So you're leading it, and I imagine you're taking everyone. Everyone is contributing to charging the ship in some way, shape, or form.
Yup.
Yeah, I'm hoping that Merc and can help us as well, and maybe Wise can as well, since I've seen him cast some things. And I don't know if Lexington has any spell slots left.
Summoner and the spell slots are weird.
The Magus and their spell slots are similarly weird.
Got it.
So
Well, I have one level 1 spell slot, and I'm going to use it for that.
Merc can also contribute, but that's it. Lex, you don't have any spell slots left. Vise, you have one spell slot left if you want to contribute.
I shall contribute.
All right.
Mhm.
So then I need to do the main check, which is the religion.
Yeah, but they'll need to do the other check first.
The secondary check. Yes, yes.
Yeah, to see if they don't gobble it up and screw everything. So, Merc is also going to go ahead and do a religion check. He almost gobbled it a little bit, but didn't. And I'll need Vice to provide me an Arcana, Occultism, Religion, or Nature, or Crafting check. DC 14.
Auto Arcana.
Alright.
That looks like a fail.
That is.
That is a failure, so now it's up to you, Wildak. You get to do your main check. You do get a -2 penalty though.
All right, let's see if I can do it. -2 penalty. Let's use some halfling luck on this. Yeah, there we go.
Alright, despite the penalty, you can still supply arcane power to the ship and give it a wee bit of charge. So, both Merc and Vise, you're spending your spell slots. The leveled spell slots, that is. And the ship is charged by a specific amount.
So looking at the gauge now, where does it seem to... How I mean, are we going to need to do this again tomorrow, or do we have enough to get there?
It looks like a do it again tomorrow kind of deal. Let me just
All right, very good.
remember very quickly what is the math we need to do. So twice your level, so that's 2 plus the combined level of all secondary casters, so Vise and Merc, and twice the spell slots level, so 2. That's a total of 10k is charged into the ship.
All right, that was good.
It is good, but unfortunately it's still not enough.
All right, we will wait until tomorrow and sleep on it tonight.
Yeah, as it happens, you will have to. The ship does not have enough charges to make it all the way back to Nova Arcana unless the pilot is super good at his piloting checks and are able to consume less fuel.
Well, you know, my dad always said, don't bring the car back on empty. Maybe that was the cart.
So, unfortunately for now, all of you are stuck here.
That seems okay. I mean, we can help them watch the ship during the night and make sure that, you know, things don't happen.
And I can fix up Rusty and identify some things and.
And it will be nice, you know, in case Velik has trouble, we're close.
Mm-hmm. So, Wildak, technically a ritual counts as a spell, so you did complete your assignment of casting 5 spells in a day.
Yay!
You did it.
I did it!
Also, while nothing will look, I'll take the note and read it because secrets.
I'm sorry, what?
I'll take the journal and read it. Nobody's looking.
Oh no, he knows the tongues.
I know it's a tongue apparently.
He's
I
just
need to
lying to
press
us.
it.
So, while everyone busies themselves with stuff throughout the day, there is ridiculously nothing for you to do in this ship. It's very bare bones and there's not much going on. But, you know, for better or for worse, you do spend some time around in the woods, just kind of enjoying your day off, your Fantasy Sunday to the best of your abilities.
Yay!
And also leveling up, since you are taking a rest after all.
Yes.
So how do you level up in this?
Yeah, I'm over the experience cap too.
So
Oh, we all are.
you subtract 1,000 from your experience and change your level to 2. On the top right of your character sheet.
Oh, you
Yeah.
can just click on it. Interesting.
Is every level 1,000 then?
Every level is 1,000. But every
Oh.
level, the experience that enemies give changes based on their level compared to yours.
Ah,
Ah,
I see.
So an enemy that is the same level as you will always give you 40 experience points. The lower the level they are compared to you, the less experience points they give, the higher, the more.
did you give us hero points?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Okay, good. I just wanted to make sure because I had clicked on it, before, and I thought, did I not set it right?
No, you're fine.
Very good.
So, if you all change your levels to 2, and your experience from 1,007 to only 7, you will see that you should now have in your character sheets a space for class feats, archetype feats, and skill feats in your feats list. And those of you who have spells have to check the spell table in Archive of Netis to see if you get more spells at this level, which I believe everyone does.
I do. I get
Yes.
one
It's
more.
not automatic at all.
It isn't.
What is this magic?
So everyone should get one more spell slot. So add 1 to whatever your spell lot amount is. So Will Dack from 5 should go to 6. Vice should go to 2, I think.
Wait a minute. What I was reading. What am I supposed to do?
On your spells, from 5 first level spells, you should go to 6.
Yes.
Increase it by 1.
Yep.
Also, we can increase one stat by one because that's how we were doing it, right?
Yes, in your ability scores in the very first page, if you click on edit, you should be able to boost one of your stats, strength, dexterity, con, intelligence, wisdom, or charisma by 2 by giving it a boost. Unless it's 18, then it'll increase by 1 only.
Ah,
we increase stats every level. Good God.
nice.
You can't increase the same stat twice, though.
Twice in a row, I presume.
No, twice per 5 levels.
Ah,
Oh.
Oh, okay.
might be worth just getting.
Oh, quick question.
That.
I'm pretty sure my Eidolon was occult, but I can't check. Where would I see that? Because it's important for what spell I can add to my character.
Let me double check here real quick because it should be in your classes. Summoner. Eidolons.
Yeah.
Is that it? Yeah, your Eidolon is the Anger Phantom, wasn't it?
I did not write it down actually. Not bad.
It's saying here that I have an archetype feat slot.
Yeah, you do. You all get free archetypes.
Oh,
I told you guys
cool.
last game you are going to level up, so look into it. You had to
Yes, I've looked into it, and nothing said I get a free archetype.
wait.
Usually you pick the archetype in place of the claw's feet.
Oh, sorry, I forgot to say that. Although I didn't, because I did say that before the very first game.
I think you might have, yes, but that was
Weeks
not
ago.
in my mind.
Longer. Yes.
Fair enough. Nonetheless, you do get one, so look into that as well. For Broadway, no, he's a Devotion Phantom.
So that's what spell type
is occult as well.
Oh yeah, okay. Are the spells locked? Because last time I could search for spell type, this time I just can search for the spell name in items.
I'm sorry, what?
In items, wait, somewhere in the inventory, you could open spells and look inside for the spells. This time they are locked. I can only
The
look for
compendium is where you do that.
yes, compendium. Yes, yes.
Do you know how to open the compendium?
Oh, that's compendium browse on down. Never mind. I'm good. I'm good.
Alright. Thankfully, I have written down the kind of phantom that Broadway is.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Now I've written it down too.
In Broadway's character sheet, there's a tab that is notes, and that's where I wrote it down.
Yeah, I don't have access on the map to this character sheet, so.
Well, it doesn't need to be in the map. You can just open the character sheet from going to the actors and then Academia Party.
Oh yeah, you.
It's all there. So on top of leveling up, you guys can also maximize your hit points. Because I assume that throughout the night you're just treating wounds left and right.
Yes.
You wouldn't let any opportunity to pass by, so everyone should be at maximum hit points. Whatever those end up being after you level up.
Isn't it supposed to automatically change
jump.
them?
Come
It's
again?
supposed to automatically change your number of max hit points, right?
When you level up, it does.
Because mine didn't change.
It did. Your max
Did it?
hit points went from 13 to 19? Or to 22? Or whatever your
Okay.
maximum hit points were before.
I see.
14,
I'm
actually.
confused.
Well, you did get your maximum hit points higher.
Yay.
You need to do that for Rusty, though.
Yeah, no. I'll do that once I figure out
Alright.
what I'm doing.
So, while you guys finish leveling up over there, is there anything else you guys do during the day?
I'm going to be doing a bunch of identification.
Alright. Of all of the nonsense you have in your inventory, I imagine.
Yeah, I have the time for it now.
Okay, fair enough. So, can you identify magic items?
Yes, using my crafting. It's my feature.
Okay. So we are going to start with the first item you have, which is in weapons. The alchemical bomb.
Yeah.
If that's alright with you.
Yeah, that works.
So you can go ahead and give me that crafting check. First and foremost.
My correct character is
It-
selected.
Yeah. Alright. You look into that, but you're not particularly sure what it is. At first, you know that it's some bomb of some kind, but then giving it a better look and comparing notes with Grangak, he helps you in the correct direction. You identify that as Alchemist's Fire.
Ah, good, good.
For the second item, crafting doesn't show up in there, but you can make your crafting check nonetheless.
I'll click Arcana because it's the same
Sure.
modifier.
Alright. So now you know all the specific details of the walking cauldron.
Handy.
Now you have more nonsense to identify. There's another item that is magical. One of your first unusual liquid. Alright, you have no idea what that is. The second one is alchemical. You can give me your crafting check. Yo. Thanks to Grand Gag's help, you converted that's anti-plague for your second to last item. Another check. Once again, Grand Gag coming in clutch with the extra notes from the classes that he's took that you haven't. And that's an Eagle Eye Elixir. And for the last unusual liquid you have in your inventory. Alright, there you go. It's a Drakeheart Mutagen. And
Interesting.
that should be about it. There's only one
Yes.
item you don't yet know what is.
Yeah.
Is anyone else doing anything?
I'm trying to level up because I'm stupid.
Same. That question, is there a good healing spell in occult? The only thing I found was
Soothe.
Soothe Mind. Any chance, do you know?
Just Soothe is the occult healing spell.
Oh yeah, Soothe, yes. Alright, then I'll take that.
Well, but we don't need to be super duper done with leveling up right away. We can get things going while you guys finish doing that in the background.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what else are you guys doing during your day of
Charging.
Charging my laser. Wait.
Alright.
Otherwise, I'm probably fixing Rusty, which I can probably do given enough downtime.
Yeah. Thankfully Grand Gag also gives you help, so you completely fix Rusty and bring him up to maximum hit points. And if you guys haven't done that already, maximize your hit points.
Yeah.
Did it?
Part of me is curious, because one of the archetypes that is available is the Scrounger, which lets you do fun things, but there's also the inventor class feat reverse engineering that does the entire thing that entire archetype does.
Well, while you decide all of that in for yourselves, don't forget to increase Rusty's maximum hit points as well. I have no idea what is the calculation for that.
Yeah, I'm gonna need to do all those things once I figure it out.
Do I need
So-
to do that for Broadway too?
Yes. Actually, no, because Broadway shares your hit points.
Oh, thank God.
Yeah.
So only when you increase your skill proficiencies or something like that, then Broadway also gets that. I think he also gets ability score boosts, but I don't know the levels in which those happen. You need to look into that later. In
Fair enough.
any case, All of you guys take your whole day of downtime to look into your things, fix the ship, or rather fix your everything that needs getting fixed, such as your bodies, or the bodies of your
Yes.
companions that have been grievously wounded. And then at the end of the day, all of you go to go inside like your quarters or bunk beds or whatever it is that you have inside the Wyrm to rest. And coincidentally, or maybe not, all of you end up having the same dream. All four of you. In this dream, all four of you are together. You are in a room that you don't quite recognize, but it's a very nondescript room. Until you pay a little bit more attention, and it is similar to the room that you're currently occupying in the Nova Arcana Academia. Imagine that was your bedroom, but there's different things hung up on the walls, and the arrangement of the furniture is different, but otherwise, it's your room. And the four of you are together. Or rather, only three of you are there, until another one of you comes in, and whoever comes in last apparently was carrying some news of great import, because all the other three were anxiously expecting this news to come, this whatever it is that you're going to bring. Just for sake of randomness, Lex, you're the last one who comes in, and you bring in the news to your friends, your companions.
Good news, everybody. Wait.
You tell them these specific words. Zolder has told me about the essences. He wants us to give them to him instead.
Do we know it's older?
No?
No. You try and think about it for a little bit, and you feel like you know Azolder, or have known at some point. This dream that you have, you realize, slowly but surely, not only you, but all of you, realize that it's not a dream, but a memory. One of your forgotten memories that is slowly drifting back into your mind. Zolder. And you think for a moment, who is Zolder? You see a silhouette, but it's very fuzzy in your mind. All that you see is a long snout smiling as blue scales shimmer before it turns away.
That's
It
a
he.
dragon!
It's so tantalizingly close who this Zolder is, but you can't quite put a face to the name. Just as of yet. The only things you can remember is this humanoid silhouette, smiling snout, blue scales. And then all of you wake up.
Well, that was weird.
Huh? Did you have the dream too?
Oh, yes. I said some weird shit.
This Zolder. I wonder who Zolder is. I mean, I kept seeing these blue flashes of scale. I think it may be dragon.
Is it perhaps that weirdo that apparently knew us?
But why would we give essences to him?
I mean, he was part of the academy at some point, I believe.
Right, but weren't we supposed to gather them and give them back to the university, and that was going to keep them from respawning?
Well, we only know that he wanted them, not if we gave him any.
True.
Interesting.
Furthermore, Vice, have you managed to read the journal?
Yes, but I'm also leveling up, so I forgot.
But at what cost?
Alright.
Yes, I did. But why doesn't? That's a question.
But you what?
I will tell them what I did.
Alright.
So, I think I understand what's in the journal that we found.
Oh, what
You
do you
do?
think that it says?
Well, first thing says got to stockpile more chalk and salt to handle the gelatin. Carve a safe path to the shortcut. Then the next entry is flames went out again. Got to fix leaks on the roof. Next entry is names, which is Brayback Lumas, Selbron Talon, and the last one is it's crossed. It's Mjörgen Herman.
Mergen? That's the goblin that's here.
It's crossed.
No, the goblin is
crossed out?
Murk. Murgin is the
Oh,
city.
Merc. Got
the
it, got
names
it.
then.
Excuse me.
The city names.
Mergen.
Then it says Herman's flame is out. Did he die? So I guess the first is comes the city, and then the second is a name. So Mjörgen, guy went to Mjörgen. His name is Herman. His flames went out, and then the person who was leading this journal wrote, "Did he die?" Things to think about. And the last entry is the snake tells me the ley line note is acting up again. Close the tunnel and going to check it out. Not going to make the same mistake again. That was the last entry.
Oh, and that was where we heard the hissing down there. Underneath that office in the trap door that was in the floor.
There was what?
Oh, there was a trap door that was in the floor. I saw it. It was under those crates that were there. And we heard this hissing that was in there, but I didn't open it. I didn't expect a dragon or, whatever be down there again.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that part. Damn it.
The curiosity is going to kill me, but at the same time, we can only fuck about so much.
But do you want to go down there while I charge the engine and you can open it up and see? I mean, it sounds like there's a snake down there, though.
Yes, we could. I'll be down.
I suppose.
How openly are you guys discussing this, by the way?
I thought we were discussing it just like we were doing.
Alright. No, it's because you did say that you were going to tell Talon about that. The book. At some point.
Yeah. I mean, definitely tell Talon about it.
Alright.
I don't have any reason not to tell Talon.
Okay. It's just because once you mention it all, Talon does says that the Vinnick had told me that under no circumstance should the passage be open in the office.
Oh, that's what that means.
Ah.
That sounds good, then. We leave that closed.
Do you
Makes
know
sense.
anything about this passage?
Well, Vinnick told me that his master made it clear that that passage should never be opened, and he did not know. I can't really recall anything from the faint memories I've got, except that this mention of the snake, it gives me shudders.
Maybe the snake is what caused the druid to explode. I mean, he said the
Ooh.
ley line was acting up again, so maybe the ley line was being moved by the snake.
That's very odd. Maybe that's another question we need to stick with our friends at the academy.
That's true, but we should also tell Vinnick that we found it, but we didn't open it, and that the snake thing is still down there because we heard it hissing.
That is easy enough to tell. I can let him know while you work into charging the ship.
Alrighty.
I can multi-class, but what do I want to multi-class into?
What's
So many things.
Why do I have an archetype feed?
Because we all get a free archetype, so you get to dedicate to yourself to something.
Oh my god, why?
So,
That's too much.
Wildak, you're leading the ritual
I'm
to charge.
leading the charge again.
All right.
Yep.
So let's get
Because I got rolls to spare today.
wonderful. So once again, you attempt to perform the ritual to charge the worm.
The arcane alternator.
All right. So that'll be an hour. We're going to start with everyone doing their own secondary check first, to see if they don't screw up the casting. So Mark is going to put in one of his spells into it. He flubs it though,
Ooh,
so
he
you are
did.
getting that -2 penalty to your check, unless one of you critically succeeds at this. So,
So who else is helping?
who has the spell slots to contribute to charging the
I
ship?
do. Boom. Huzzah.
14.
That's a
Just
success.
needed to increase my intelligence once.
There you go. So you are also helping. Lex, are you also putting one of your spell slots into charging the ship?
Yes, but where can I see my spell slots on my page?
In your character sheet, in spell slots, is just you should have 2 now.
Oh,
So there you go, 2 out of 2.
yeah, but where? I don't see them.
In where it says first level, 2/2.
Oh, yeah, okay, great. Yes, then
I
I'll
have-
do one, yes.
So you have 2 spell slots. You spend
Mhm.
one of your spell slots.
Secondary, right? Roll.
Yes.
Yep, secondary roll.
It doesn't need to be Arcana. It can be anything else that you're proficient with.
Ooh.
Anything else, so long as it's Arcana, Occultism, Nature, Religion, or Crafting.
Then I would have taken occultism, which is 4 difference. So can I add 4 to this roll?
Mm-hmm. Add 6 actually,
Mhm.
because you were having a
Mhm.
-2 from being untrained.
Yes.
Alright, I think I will not touch any archetypes until next game, because why?
Alright, so
I thought I was done.
so that will be a
Yeah, no,
success for
that's
you.
probably a
Yay.
fair point, actually.
So I'm at -2.
Yeah, you're still at -2, unfortunately. So you can go ahead and make your check,
All right,
Gundhr.
I've used my spell, and I'm going to check.
Did you say something to me? Sorry.
No.
Okay. Oh no.
Well, let's use a hero point and re-roll that sucker.
Yep.
Watch him roll a 1.
If he rolls a 1, you guys are stuck here in the middle of nowhere.
Let's not jinx it.
I'm just saying, I don't know why you're cheering for that.
Let's use some halfling luck.
I wasn't. I'm just being. I wasn't cheering for that.
Some halfling luck, let's go.
There we go.
There you have it. Now you charge the ship successfully and fully. So that will be 5 plus 8 is 13. You charge the ship with 13k. So it should be up to 83 now. So it's still not enough to get to Novarkana according to the calculations.
All right.
Unless whoever's piloting critically succeeds at piloting. But you all still have spell
Oh.
slots.
We could try it again. But
Yeah.
Yep.
this time it could be bad because I have no extra rolls. I had all the rolls. Now I have none of the rolls. All right, let's try it again.
Alright. And now
So
you
do I press main check or the secondary, because it's still not counting for me.
no, it should be secondary. It's just that the button is you can't really make a choose your own check. So you can just roll occultism and we'll compare it to the C14.
Got it.
Also, Vise, I believe you get another spell, don't you?
I do not have the other spell. Well, I do. No. Huh? I have only 2 spell slots, I think.
Oh yeah, at second level you get a second spell slot.
I do. Yeah. And the amount of spells I know increased as well. Ah, yay, leveling up mages is so fun. Hey, somebody.
So,
I beg.
Lex, give us an occultism check.
Yes.
That'll be a failure for you.
Y'all are really making it tough on me, aren't you? Want me to roll those big numbers?
I mean, how important is it? Maybe I can use my hero point if it's that important.
This flubbed roll is going to give Wildak a -2 on his checks to actually charge the ship. But let's wait to see if one of the other guys don't flub it as well.
Okay, yeah.
So Merc,
Reasons to become a wizard. Helping with this nonsense.
Mark did well.
Merc gets it, so he's good. Vise, I need you to also make one of those checks. Arcana in your case, I believe.
Yep.
Come on, Wise, you can do it. That's a good roll.
That's also a success.
That's
from
not a
Vise.
good roll, but it's acceptable.
And yeah, so with Lex's failure,
-2.
you will get a -2 on your main check to charge the ship.
All right, here we go. Well, we don't charge the ship today.
Should I reroll? I think it's worth rerolling.
No, you didn't actually apply your -2, so that would have been 12 in actuality. Right?
And I added in the -2.
Did you?
Odd.
Did
Yeah,
you
I
click
did
add?
fill in the. I did. Huh.
Oh, it's not appearing in the
But
modifiers here.
yeah, it's not. It would be 12. So yeah, it wouldn't matter whether or not you re-rolled it or not.
Alright.
So, unfortunately for now, the ship will remain uncharged.
I have a question for Cole. Never mind.
So, you guys can either risk your luck at flying the ship as it is, elsewhere, or wait until tomorrow and charge it some more.
I say we wait until tomorrow. I don't want this thing to crash out of the air, and
Yeah.
especially if this ley line is moving.
I don't think it's moving, it's the ship that's moving. Well, we can always land it. Then again, there's no.
There's no what?
There's no point in moving at all if we're not. Whatever. I was gonna say we can always fly it partway to the destination, but at the same time. And then land, but.
It's Sonic Elk Country. You don't want to stop there.
I mean, we could always stop there, since apparently we're not. No, we're out of spells, though.
Yeah, right now you're completely out of spells.
Missing classes. Being a nerd.
So we check on the Noodle Dragon and tell him what we know. Get Knick Knack to do the translate for us, and then rest up for the evening.
Sure. As you talk to Vinnick, the Noodle Dragon, the only thing he says in regards to that, the master always spoke in hushed tones about the snake. It would seem that he feared it. And I don't.
Well, it's definitely down there. We heard it hissing. So you might not want to open that. And there's bats down there everywhere, and they hate the light.
Yes, he knows that. He told us that.
All right.
I'm not translating that for him because.
Not insulting his intelligence, yeah.
Yeah, fair enough. But yeah, you pretty much get a good going with the Noodle Dragon. And you see that with the days passing, Talon kind of keeps looking at the tower. Aboard the ship, it's kind of like, okay, we're departing today, and the departure never happened, so he's kind of like, alright, I guess. And he's mostly just there. But you see
fucking
that
mood.
he looks longingly at the tower, and when night comes by and the sky grows dark during the evening hours, the tower
And
does
the moon.
hit your eye like a big pizza pie.
No, the moon is the only light I see.
No,
You're not missing the tower, are you, big guy?
there's another light. The light is the tower itself. It is of sorts a beacon. From the door opening, you can see the light that comes from within, from the flames, but also the flames illuminates the entirety of the tower, and the upper room is missing the floor, and the roof is also broken, so the light leaks out, and the tower itself is a big beacon in the middle of the forest. But Talon just looks at you, Wildak. No, I just wonder. Ever since I've become this, all I've ever done was keep the flame alive. I don't exactly know why, but that was the only guidance I had, the only real goal I had. And now I wonder, the possibility of being able to pursue your own goals is daunting.
I'm sure that you'll find something that you will feel like you're giving back to the world. It's daunting at first, but it works. You'll be able to overcome this.
I'm sure that I will. I just wonder. There is a lot of things out there in the world to do, to see. With all of the travelers I've seen coming into this wood that I talked to, they always told me stories. But up until now, that is all they were. Just stories. Being able to go out into the world and be part of them is something I had never considered.
Yes, not even a part of them, but you could be writing the story. You may be traveling like us when we ran into you.
He looks down at his huge paws, clawed hands. I don't think I'll be writing any stories, but I might do other things in relation to those stories. Be a part of them.
Yes.
But still, I wonder. And he just kind of stays looking at the beacon of light from the tower. As all of you once again rest, and as you all kind of start to prepare your things and tuck in for the night, there is a knock on the door from your quarters, and when you open up, it is the trio that is there. Merk, Grangak, and Ola Wong. They kinda are looking at you a little bit quizzically, and Merk specifically seems to be leading whatever kind of charge they are doing together. And Merk says, "So, you said that we would make a very quick excursion here. But this quick excursion is turning into a longer affair than we thought it would."
It is. It's much longer than we expected. I mean, we didn't expect to use as much fuel as we did.
I'm just really worried. We are missing classes. And we are paying for those classes, so it's not good to miss them.
Well,
He's right.
if we have no fuel, we don't want to drop out of the sky right as we're showing up to Mergen. That would make us look like fools.
Calm down, Hermione. Living is more important than grades.
I know. But also, well, the final exam is next week. I would hate to
Oh shit.
miss any opportunities to study because we're stuck here.
I'm
Hopefully
definitely. I'm flying the ship tomorrow, whether or not we have the fuel. Because yes, I'm also kind of annoyed that we're stuck like this.
Yeah.
Oh, fair enough then. Tomorrow then, Merk says, and nods to all of you and departs, and Olawong seems mostly to should just be tagging along. He's kind of whatever. And Grangak is like, well, I don't want to agree with the little one, but he is right. We are wasting money and time being stuck here. I think next time we plan this kind of voyages, we need to look into the itinerary a little bit more closely. Because as fun as this has been, well, see you tomorrow, I suppose.
All right.
And he leaves you to your devices and they all go to bed.
We aren't taking these people with us anymore.
Is that right?
Probably-
though?
Yeah,
They are
probably
right,
not.
but we can't get this thing back any faster. I mean, I've tried to charge it. All right, Doug, let's give it one more try of charging.
Alright, the following day, first thing in the morning, you guys just wake up, get your breakfasts from freshly procured berries and fruits, and give your go again at charting the vessel. So Merc is already just kind of there, waiting to charge, and as soon as you start up the whole thing, he just kind of gives you a grunt of agreement as he pulls up his sleeves and starts to cast his spell. And you can see that he's more so annoyed that he didn't bring spare clothing for as many days as you've been stuck here than anything else.
All right, let's get to charging.
And he makes his check.
That's a good thing.
So, Vise, I need you. And yep, that's a failure from Lex.
Let me re-roll that.
Wait for Vise's check first.
Oh yeah.
I don't see the window.
It's just Arcana. DC 14.
Occultism, apparently.
Yeah, or occultism. Whatever
Well,
spellcasting.
It's the same.
Spice it up.
Uh,
Ooh,
Yay!
last goal.
Alright, so that actually does good things. Wildak, you're rolling your check with a +2 instead. Or wait, are you though?
Am I?
You should be, but you wouldn't because of Lex's failure.
So I'm just rolling a 0?
Yeah,
I can still re-roll if it's that bad.
if you really want to.
All right.
It's your
Should
hero
roll
point.
before I roll.
We're not gonna fight soon, so I guess I get my hero point back before the next one, so I can try it. Let me just redo this. Who's up?
Still missed.
Yeah, so
Really?
unfortunately, yeah.
All right. Here we go.
No. I saw the
I
20.
got
roll.
halfling luck.
You have your halfling luck of the day. No.
God damn it.
The spells are spent, but no charging happens. You can see a little bit of frustration on Merck's face, but he's like, alright, let's try again.
I'm fucking flying this thing anyway.
Okay.
We're gonna try one more time. We're gonna try
Yeah,
one more time.
I still have a spell slot. Hold on.
Same.
You can
Give us
charge the
one
thing
more
while we're
hour,
flying.
Come on.
It's gonna take
Another
more than an
two.
hour.
So,
No! Damn
You
it.
should just stop helping, apparently. Never mind.
well, it's not
Now I look at Merc and I say,
I'm
really?
gonna go fuck in
Really?
the corner.
Merc is just... He's just very frazzled at the whole thing, and he's like... I'm never coming to field trips again.
It's -2, right?
-2, yes.
How about that?
How about them 20s? So not only do you charge the full value, you also get a bonus on top of that, which is your proficiency rank in the skill you use. You're trained in religion, right?
I am trained in religion.
All right. So, well, everyone is trained in the skills that they are. So everyone contributes an extra 2. So it becomes 16 plus 5 is 21k is charged.
All right.
So 83 plus 21 is 104. You have 104k now of charges in the ship. So with a lot of your halfling determination, Wildak, and a little bit of a want to show Mernk what's what, you put your all into it, and you charge the ship by really taking a more hands-on approach onto the whole charging thing. You start giving everyone pointers on how they should position themselves, what kind of gestures they should do, how they should say, and whereas before everyone was kind of doing their own thing, now everyone's a little bit more in sync, and everyone's more attuned to the task at hand, and with your masterful guidance. And the ship is charged enough to fly all the way back to Novarkana.
All right, Knick-Knack, now it's up to you. I'm taking a rest.
I'm already flying.
Alright. So, Knick-Knack, I'll need you to give me your Arcana, Crafting, or Piloting Lore check to pilot the Wyrm back to the Novarkana.
I feel like I should have been accumulating hero points while I was waiting. Arcana, crafting, or piloting, you said?
Piloting Lore, if you have it. Which I don't think you do.
Not yet, no.
In fact, I know you don't, but...
Well, I do if I take an archetype that gives me an additional skill, which I probably will.
He wanted to taunt you with it.
But for now, I shall say crafting.
Alright. Alright. Did you use a hero point there?
Yes.
Alright. So, that is a failure. Unfortunately. But a failure is not particularly bad.
Because I remember it was pretty high, but that just means more fuel is used.
Yeah. The DC is 18. And instead of using the 90k of fuel, instead you use 10% more, so use 99.
That's good. We charged this sucker.
So, you manage to fly the ship, and there's only 5k remaining after you're done with it. So that extra charge there came in clutch. But yeah, you make your way over to the first waypoint where you know the ley line starts, and then you start flying that way, following the ley lines all the way back to Novarkana. And some 10 hours later, in the evening, or rather 6 in the evening.
Oh, hold on. I still have this thing. I forgot.
What thing?
I'd like identify an unusual weapon I have on me.
Oh yeah. What was it again? Oh, okay. Give me one of those checks.
Occultism, because I have a feat for that now.
What is the feat?
The feat is I did oddity identification, so I get +2 bonus on things and identify magic with occultism.
Ah.
Mental possession. How do I? Here you go.
Yeah, if the item has one of those traits. Mental possession, prediction, or scrying. It has none of these, so you do not get the bonus.
Sadness.
Also, as a matter of fact, I think you guys already tried to identify it and everyone failed.
Yep.
Yeah, so you don't know what this is. And you can't try again to identify it. Although, now that you're here, Merc can give it a shot. Because he is
I
there.
swear, that goblin figures it out. Don't push him off the ship.
No, he has no idea what that is. In fact, he rolled the same thing you did, Vice. Number-wise. So, you fly.
Do we notice that the power consumption is different, like the ley line is moving?
You notice that the power consumption is different, but not necessarily that the ley line is moving. But Knickknack's piloting isn't super fluid because he failed. He's instead of following a straight line over the ley line, he's kind of zigzagging, so he's always adjusting his flight pattern. So
Got it.
every now and then he's flying away from the ley line, and then he has to correct.
Right, but we think that it's about where it should be.
Yeah, it's still there. As best as you can tell, it is not moving in any way, shape, or form.
Very good. Very good.
So, at 6 in the evening, the ship lands back in Overcana in the kind of the ship bay sort of area of the engineering building. I forgot the name. And as the ship is just kind of approaching from the distance, people already take notice, so they stop what they're doing and they come to the workshop to wait for the ship to land. And when the ship finally lands, there is a very cross Jurgonod who's there waiting for you all.
Everyone's mad, but we got the ship back here in one piece.
Yes.
Once you disembark, or rather, once you land and put in the gangplank, Merc, Grangak, and Grangak, they kind of just rush out of the ship, and they're like, Professor, and they just duck their heads and go to whatever they have to do. They didn't expect to be gone for 2 whole useful days. Olawong is kind of just chilling. He's been really taking a liking to talk and do a little bit of sparring with Talon while they were aboard the ship.
Good.
And Olawong is just having the time of his life right now. But once he's back, he's like, okay, I'll see all you later. Bye. Thanks for the trip. It was nice.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
He can go with us again.
Next time you're going walkies, let me know. I'd love to tag in
Sure.
along.
Yeah.
And Jurgonod is there looking at all of you. His arms are crossed. He has a hand on his forehead, and then... Alright. Care to explain what happened?
We picked up our friend here to Talon to bring him back here. We found out what happened to the druid at the other tower that exploded, and I think we made a good trial run of the ship.
It's just very difficult to recharge.
Yeah.
Yes, we know. Which is why flying ships are so very unreliable. charging them is not easily done. Well,
But it just took us a couple of extra days and we got back and everyone's freaking out over it.
it has been more than a couple of days. Well, to be fair, it has only been
A couple of days off schedule.
Right.
Oh, yes.
I mean, we wouldn't want us to start riding back on this thing and it fall into the forest or attacked by sonic elks or whatever. We were responsible and no one died, no one got hurt.
As much as it displeases me to say, you are right. Nobody got hurt, nobody got injured, nobody got lost. Nobody died again.
Yay.
I assume you made the deliveries for her and Sternhell.
We did. In fact, we've even brought stuff back.
I'm sure he'll be pleased. Very well, I suppose the boys at the workshop will take things over from here.
And there's still a little gas in the tank. You can drive it over there.
Thank you, Wildek. I'll make sure that the boys take good care of the ship and refuel it. That's so it's ready for whatever next escapade you come up with. As for your guest, who's going to explain me what's up with that?
Well, I think that he's looking to see if maybe he can join here. That he would have maybe someone to help him understand his powers and his skills at this point, how he could help society as a whole.
All right. He looks at Talon up and down. Talon kind of raises its hands, waving at him. Okay. We'll look into that.
I mean, he may actually be the druid in some other form. I don't know. He doesn't know.
Well, in any case, I don't imagine you have come across any more titans in the field.
No, we didn't see any more titans.
Very well then.
There is something about a snake that scared the druid, which might be one. We'll need to look up that.
Yes, there's something that's down there.
All right. We'll make sure that...
There was discussions that the ley lines might be moving.
I have talked with... Like I said, I invited Conversant Branislav to come to Novarkana to talk about that. He is the authority in ley lines as it is, and whenever he's back, you can ask him whatever questions you have in mind. But for now, I suppose you should just be off to your own duties. I suppose you have missed a couple days of classes.
Yeah, I think we have, definitely.
And I'm very annoyed.
Very well, I'll will not keep you then. I'll take your friend. Talon, is it?
Talon.
I'll take him and show him the academy or whatever there is to see now that it's past the working hours, so to speak. Good job, everyone. And he just turns and goes to talk to Talon and see to other business, and other than that, all of you are left to your own devices.
All right. Does anybody need the half plate armor? It is actually not better than mine.
We could just sell it if nobody needs it. Next chance.
Yeah, you can always sell it.
Well, I would much rather if somebody in our group needed it before I sold it.
No, unarmored for me.
All right.
Yeah, it is not better than yours, and also it is heavy armor, so you can't quite.
It is.
You can't use it as well.
Yep, I tried looking at that and I was like, oh dear.
All right, so all of those business will be taken care of into in the background, the whole selling of items and so and so, but also the money that you get from bringing the stuff back from Sack to Mergen.
Yeah.
The specialties, as it were. Sorry. So, are you guys doing anything for the remainder of the evening now that you're back in the academy? Or just going to bed?
Sleeping in my nice, wonderful bed.
Oh yeah. After being away for so long, it's good to be back in the academy, be able to take a shower or a bath, eat
Yep.
the varied food from the academy, and sleep in your comfortable beds in your own quarters. Except that, when you get to your quarters, there is one thing that is different. The thing that is different is that there is a letter that is stuck to the door. And this letter apparently is addressed to Lexington of Mergen.
Of course
Aha.
it is.
Of course. Let's see how it is. So, Lex, there is a letter that has arrived to you for some reason.
Give me
You
that.
have a secret admirer, Lex?
I hope he's hot. She. Herr Lexington of Bergin, you do not know me, but I am the one of the Academy benefactors. I have a business proposition if you have no qualms with some dirty work and skullduggery, ? Do not fret. By skullduggery I mean only to take advantage of the opportunity left by a former business partner, and by dirty work I mean you will be doing a bit of gardening. Oh, wow. I assume you're intimately familiar with Wirewood? Yes. Come to Kestenbaum Manor in the Castle District of Mergen at your earliest convenience. If you cannot come by the 10th of Femfer, I guess that's a month, then do not bother. Earnestly, Frau Kerstenbaum. Huh. Well, if we have time, I might just check it out. Could be fun.
Well then.
And so, with that out of the way, everyone gets to rest again, and finally start attending classes.
Yay.
Your favorite. I mean, that is if you want to attend classes.
Yeah.
Alright. So now that you're back in the academy, you're back to the regular schedule that you're accustomed to see things going. People carrying books left and right, and everyone's just going up and down, left and right, doing their own things. And everyone is just kind of hounding you at every moment that they get to ask you just specifically what was going on with your expedition that you You took the ship by yourselves again, and everyone wants to know. At this point, the second flight of the Wyrm is the talk of the Academy. And while you have your own stories to share about what you were doing and what was going on, you also see that some of your friends and colleagues also seem to enjoy a little bit of popularity as well. Grangak from the workshop, Mernk at the temples, and Olawang at the range, they're also enjoying some sharing in on your popularity from having been part of the skeleton crew that was flying the Wyrm.
Well, I mean, that's good. They protected the ship. They fought off things that were trying to get on board.
Yeah. And you see that whereas at first they were kind of, well, Merc was kind of angry at you guys and Grangak was a little bit annoyed, and now they seem to have forgotten it. They're mostly just like, it wasn't so bad after all. Even they at some point kind of reach out to you guys to thank you for taking them along.
See, not all things that are tough are bad, Merc. It's nice to get out every once in a while. Feel the grass beneath your toes.
I know.
Are you telling them to touch grass?
Touch grass, yes.
The Dutch grace. Hmm?
I suppose I just wasn't expecting it to last as long as it did. I thought we were just making a round trip.
No, sometimes things go wrong. I mean, how you deal with these sort of setbacks is what makes you have good character.
I suppose. Well, if you happen to go again and bring me along, I'll make sure to pack for a week at least.
Yeah, I definitely have to take along a good change of clothes. Mine got shredded last time.
Well, I think we dressed the same size. If worse comes to worse, I suppose I can share some of mine older clothes that I might not be using. I'll make sure.
I heard that.
I'll make sure to pack some.
Yes. Mental note: buy new clothes, buy extra clothes, buy backup clothes.
And despite all of that, as you guys go on about your days of classes, Lex, you didn't bring anyone of your classmates.
I don't think so.
You didn't.
Then I didn't.
Come again?
No, that I did not. If you say so, then I did not.
So, it doesn't take it long before Claire, Cold Shield, comes to you and says, after class, "Hey Lex, I heard you were flying again."
Yes. What do you want?
Well, I'm sorry, are you busy? Can to talk right now?
It's fine.
Well, it's just that I was wondering a little bit. Your friends, all of them took some companions to go along with the journey, and I noticed you didn't take anyone along, but also I noticed that you already have a companion of your own, and I was wondering about that.
Listen, it's not personal, I'm just not into girls, and I'm carrying my ex-boyfriend around with me. It's fine, I don't need a companion, I'm good, thank you.
Well, I know, and I understand. I think I do at least. But still, it's less that I want something with you, mind you. I do think you are very handsome, but I'm also seeking my own things, not romance. Sorry to burst your bubble. But I was wondering, we are part of the bureau here at the academy, at least. You are taking classes at the bureau with me and with Ash. And I
Yes.
was wondering, why is it that you prefer the company of the deceased instead of that of the living?
It's a long story. Maybe I'll tell you over a beer someday, but not now.
Oh, fair enough. It's just that here at the bureau we do talk a lot with people and we hear all kinds of stories, and usually whenever we hear stories of people who prefer the company of those who are not among us anymore, there's usually something else deeper within, and I'm just letting you know, if you ever need to talk, I'm here.
Thank you. I'll think about it.
Oh, I'll thank you to think about it as well, and I'll see you when I see you.
All right.
Have a good day, classmate.
Bye.
And Claire
Goodbye.
nods and walks off to her next class. And all of you gain one more bonus for studying.
Woohoo!
So now your scholastic bonus whenever you try to recall knowledge and such should be at +5.
+5. That's nice.
Yeah.
Sweet.
It is a
Oh, yeah.
chunky bonus. And the following day, you are approached again by Talon and, of all persons, Professor Stratatu. They kind of time things around it so they can catch all 4 of you at the same time.
All right.
And Professor Stratatu comes up to you all, and she looks very she is smiling brightly.
Well, you look like you are a proverbial cat that ate the canary. What brings you with such a wide smile?
You see a little twitch at the eye of the red folk woman at the mention of cat, but she's like, well, I was just having a wonderful time talking with your friend Talon, and he's told me so much about, well, your adventures, your time out in the wild, and this and that. And about these towers. He says that it's very important, for some reason, that the flame is kept alive. And I tried to look into that a little bit.
Yeah, we found this book that was talking about that, and evidently if the flame goes out, someone dies, or it signals that someone dies.
I don't know exactly what happens when the flame goes out. I don't think it signifies the death of someone, or...
Did you not say that when we were reading the book that the flame went out, he must no longer be with us?
That's because
Or
the
am I
druid
just
was not tending to the flame, so the fire died.
Ah! Excuse me, I took that as no longer with us, as being dearly departed.
I
No,
mean,
it's just
technically, it's just the keeper of the fire died. That's what it signals.
Got it.
And,
Never mind.
and indeed, as it happens, from Talon's descriptions, there is You do remember the tower where we went to find the Cosmore when you
Oh yes,
first
where
came?
the ghosts came out of the paintings. I remember that well. I often have dreams of it.
Wow, I'm horribly sorry. I didn't expect it to be that bad. Well, but in any case, I took Talon over there, yesterday, to see if he recognized the surroundings or anything, and he says that the tower is eerily similar to the one he was looking over. And as it happens, that tower we visited, the flames were out. And he asked about lighting the flame again, and well, I decided to do a little bit more research before we do that, before we fiddle with things we don't understand, and I would like to know, from your perspective, since you have been out into the field as well, what do you know about those towers? If
I don't
anything at
know
all.
much about the. I don't know much about the towers. I mean, they did all have that fire pit on the first floor at the bottom. The one that is out near Sac, the floor is damaged on the second floor, and the part of the roof is missing. So it's acting like a beacon out there. People use it as a way marker of moving through the area. But that's all that we know, or all that I know.
Well, that is fair. The tower here, the one closest to Mergin, it has time and time again been used by travelers also as a little resting point. Those coming through the high road to Mergin, coming into Sofak as well, as a little resting point between the journey and, a shelter from the rain. But we never really fully explored the tower, what with the spirits and whatnot. And mostly, the headmasters, both of them just, well, not both of them, rather, that headmistress, she just takes care of other scholastic things, and most things that are to do with field work fall into Professor Yurgonad. So the deputy headmasters just told us to leave the tower be, and we haven't really looked into it at all. But I suppose that it warrants an extra look now. But I was hoping you would have some kind of a enlightenment as to, well, some manner of insight into what you're looking to.
The thing that I've noticed is that these towers always seem to be close to a ley line, or at least the two that I know about.
Could there be some coincidence? Why would the towers be close to ley lines?
Maybe the towers were built there so that the original occupants could draw upon the magical energies of the land.
That is fair. Although, those towers are very old and the knowledge of ley line is very new. Unless these people knew about ley lines way before any of us did.
They may have. I mean, it could be the answer. I don't know.
Oh, I'm sorry. You are probably busy with studies. What with your exams coming up next week. I just wanted to spitball some ideas. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, it's great. And I'm glad that Talon is able to help you. He's looking for a way to help out, around here. And I'm glad that you two have hit it off.
Well, we're kind of taking turns, rather, seeing what part of the academy he likes the most, and as luck would have it, he has been very keen on helping me with coming up with these explorations and explanations to those mysteries of magic that we have had around since so long. He's a really great addition to the department of our archaeology and anthropology, although I don't mean to say it like he's an object, but we're going to be passing him around throughout the departments to see where he fits the best, and I was just trying to make the most of our time together. In any case,
well, that's good. That's good. I mean, and he's getting a good introduction to all the things that we do here.
Yeah, I suppose it is quite the crash course that it's having, but hopefully it's good. In any case, I'll be out of your hair. Have a good day.
Thank you, you as well.
And Professor Stratitude nods and walks off. Talon as well, he also nods and waving at you guys. You see that his eyes are just kind of always looking at some place, and you're not entirely sure if he's just taking in all of his sights or if it's the owl portion of him that is just twitchy with his head. There's so much to absorb. There's so many persons in one place. Is this what the rest of the world is like?
Oh, yes, it gets quite busy quite fast.
I see. Well, thank you for the opportunity to be here. I'll enjoy it to the fullest.
I'm glad that you're learning a lot of things, big guy. I hope that you find what you're looking for.
Of course. In any case, I should go after her. And
She's very fast. You should catch up with her.
And indeed, for rat folk, Professor Stratatu is very fast. It almost looks like she has places to go.
It's almost as if she can have no, there was a joke here, but I don't have the knowledge for the information. Damn it.
Nah. I know the joke you were trying to go for, but then you realize, oh no, she's not. She is a rodent, but she's not Sonic. So,
no, that was not the joke I was going for. But anyway,
well then,
carry on.
my mistake. So another day of classes go by. Imagine you're still taking to your classes.
Yep. Have to make sure that we're studied and everything for the finals. Can't fail those.
All right. Unfortunately, there is no research to be done, so to speak. So, you mostly just go into classes in the first half of the day, and the other half, you have the day free to do with as you wish.
There's no snake research?
Yeah, we could always look up the snake. Maybe there is a snake titan that someone talks about.
Oh, fair enough. Let me look into this. It's not particularly a titan.
Oh, we don't know that.
Or maybe it is about to become one. Who knows?
Oh no.
I just need to find it and I don't know where I put it. Oh, here it is. Let's flatten this difficulty curve, because boy, that's high for what you guys are about to do. So, everyone who wants to look a little bit into it can give me an occultism check.
Occultism?
That's my thing.
Boy, that's That's a bad roll for me.
God damn it.
I have no idea what I'm doing, but here we go. Never mind. I know everything I'm doing.
Clearly you do. Regis, are you with us?
He's one with the firekeeper now. Oh, no, never mind.
Give
I
us
am here.
give us a occultism check.
Huzzah.
And now, following along onto that, all of you also give me a society check.
Society check.
We
Yep.
live in a society. Check.
I'm trained in that.
Same.
As am I.
Ah!
And also, everyone give me a nature check.
Oh, Lord.
Boy, that's terrible. I hate nature.
I'm not wise enough for that one.
Nature hates me.
Vice,
Yes.
give me a nature check, please.
Not society?
Society
We're
and
doing
nature.
all the
It's
checks.
society.
Doing all of the checks.
Yes,
rolls.
here's you +6 one. And now -2 one.
There you go. Alright. So, this comes after 3 days of straight up research along with studies. You are hitting the academy hard this past 3 days. But, thankfully, all of you roll very high. So you get some notions of what the ever-living heck is going on. Starting with society. You look back into the region and there is a person at some point who has also mentioned the snake.
Oh, wait a minute. Before you go on, I have the kingdom lore. That's my special lore skill.
Doesn't apply here.
Okay, very good. Just checking.
No, that's
Oh, no.
that's fine, but unfortunately doesn't apply. So, there is records of a wizard that used to live in Sac a long time ago, or an arcanist of some kind, by the name of Straff.
Curse of Straff.
At some point, he did mention something about a snake. This mostly comes with you looking for mentions of the snake that lives underground in general, and looking at the school archives. And it takes you a long ass time, but eventually you find something. Several months ago, like a couple years ago, some people from the academy here in Mergin have been sent on a small errand to the town of Sac to figure out some nonsense that was going on there that had to do with a courier that was sent there but then vanished, and then people were sent there to find out what happened to this courier who was coincidentally going to supply the city with weirdwood.
Ah, okay.
And then this group went over there. Apparently, they found out more or less what was going on. The person who got this supply of weirdwood was trying to make living creatures. There was an accident and he died, and his workshop was burned down. And this group also eventually found out that the courier had also disappeared in that town. They found him inside a manor that was owned by this arcanist, this Straff person. And they also found a lot of other things. The report, it just reads like crazy. There was reports of a possessed doll, and then a lawyer got called into it as well. lawyer by the name of Miranda. She went into there to also look into things. Apparently, there was some devil that was involved in things as well. It was a riot. But amongst the many things they recovered from this, there was a note left by the Arcanist that did read, "The snake helped me fashion the doll, but neither it or anyone must know of its whereabouts. Only my heir will be able to find the doll and deal with the demon within. The clever bit is, I don't have an heir. Good luck finding a loophole to that contract and escaping your prison."
Oh no.
So
That
The demon must
He
have
says completely out of character.
the demon must have gotten a lawyer to find a loophole.
That one sounds oddly familiar, like from a different
yeah,
game or something.
Really?
Hmm.
so
Strange.
apparently the reports go on to say that they did find the doll that was holding a demon within, and the demon was slain. And the curse that kind of was over Sack for a while got released, and the whole case was closed and solved. The only loose thread was this snake that was never really figured out. Like, what is this snake that is mentioned? And now, once again, you are finding near Sack another mention of the snake. So you decide that there is something going on in Sack or the surrounding region to do with snake. And that's
Yeah. Well, and we know where it is.
yeah. This is what you get out of your successful society roll. Now, following on with nature. None of you make your nature checks, so you're not entirely sure of the animals around the city of Sak that deeply to be able to tell if there's any kind of weird talking snakes around and about. So you spend a whole day in the libraries trying to research, talking to people, but nothing really conclusive comes up until someone mentions there are snakes, big snakes with humanoid heads that they have read about in a book in a completely different section of the library, and you take that clue to go into that other section of the library, and that's where the occultism check comes in.
Ah.
Knick-knack, you are able to find more about these things. There are reports of snakes, talking snakes, that know of things and protect other things and this and that. These snakes are called nagas.
Oh no.
So, what you are left to assume, based on all of this knowledge you find, is that potentially this Straff, but also the druid, got in touch with a naga that lives in that region, that was able to impart upon them some knowledge of things that they didn't quite possess. So apparently it helped Straff to concoct up some kind of doll to hold a demon within, and it told the druid near the tower about the ley lines, their operation, and this and that. But apparently neither of these two persons, the druid and the arcanist Straff, seem to take kindly to the snake, in that they never even mention them ever again. And the druid, or rather those creatures related to the druid like Talon and Vinnick, the noodle dragon, both seem to agree that the druid feared the snake. So whatever the heck is up with the snake, it's probably unfriendly. And if it was helping them, it's because they were giving it something good. Or they were in cohorts with some darker forces, because
That's what I think. They was in cahoots with the Dark Ones.
The Dark Ones, that's a bit vague.
What's that nebulous thing, from theology? They're always in the background doing bad things.
Isn't that the part of theology that says that theology is pointless because it's vague?
No.
Okay.
It's not vague.
I-
You have to have faith.
I see we took different lessons from that clause. Got it.
Yes.
and after this, you pretty much are able to get this whole idea that there is a Naga in the region of Sak that is able to talk to some people who, well, you're not entirely sure, but he managed to communicate with people, the Arcanist Straff and the Druid, about, about knowledge that they could in no other way possess, and now they have possessed, and they use that knowledge. And maybe it's coincidence or not, but this knowledge, or just, well, both of these persons have passed, rather violently, so to speak. However,
Maybe the Naga made the Druid blow up.
you do, however, in your search, find that there have been reports of a druid near Sak, who at some point took up a workshop in the tower a while ago. It wasn't the original builder of the tower, but the person who repurposed it and started inhabiting it after it was left abandoned for a while, including working the flames. They say that this druid was named Hume, and that apparently it was not living within the town of Sak, was kind of ostracized because Hume was, despite being a druid, also worshipped Eaglebeth.
Oh, that's bad news right there.
So, after a lot of time pouring yourselves into studies and research and this and that, at the end of the day, the 24th, you are called after classes, after research, eventually, the headmistress of the academy finds you. I just need to remember who that was again here in my notes.
And we would be sure to tell Talon Hume, the druid, was who we think that blew up.
Tell Talon the name of the druid?
Yes.
Alright. Yeah, you tell Talon about the name of the druid, and there is like a little spark in his eyes, and Talon seems to recognize the name in some way. If it feels familiar to him, and he
Sure.
nods. I think that was his name.
Well, I just wanted you to know so that, like us, we're trying to regain our memories, and you should have every chance to regain yours as well.
Why? Thank you. Oh. I'll make sure to keep that in mind. And thank him for this, which he has given me. Although, maybe not intentionally, but still. Thank you, friends. And later in the day, Professor Valdraff, the tiefling lady who's the headmistress of the school, she hounds up the four of you. Are all four of you there?
I'm supposing so.
Sure.
It's possible.
I mean, you, the players, are you here?
Yes.
I'm here.
50-50.
Alright. She shows up, and she has someone in tow, and you see that there's a person following her, a cat folk wearing long purplish robes, who's accompanying her, and she approaches all of you and points to him. Well, Professor Jurgenau told me to tell you that we have a visitor from the halls of Linia. This is our current Chateau Branislav. He's here to talk to you about the matter of ley lines, I think.
Yes.
Ah, that was sooner than I was expecting.
Ah, yes, Branislav. Never heard of them.
And the cat folk, he nods to you all. Oh, hello there. It's when I heard that you're looking into ley lines, I decided to try and come here a little bit earlier. But when I heard that who was it that was investigating this, I got a little bit more interested. She tells me, Professor Valdraff, that you all died and came back.
Something like that.
That's what they tell us. We don't have any memory of it. We don't seem to be able to even remember a lot of the things that we used to do.
But all signs lead to yes.
And we're remembering some things.
Well, I'll be very, very interested in learning more about this resurrection of yours. People don't come back from the dead just like that randomly.
You'd be
No, that-
surprised.
They say it was because of the time of year being in the Fivnet.
I wouldn't doubt it. I have heard of weirder things happening. At this point, Professor Valdraff, she says, if you need me, you know where to find me. I'll be at the bureau, and the four of you, please be well behaved in front of your guest.
Oh, always.
And
Oh
she
no,
leaves.
she's on to us.
She leaves all four of you alone with the cat folk, Chateau Branislav, who looks at all of you, kind of clasps his hands together, and you can see that his hands are slightly charred, as if they had been burned. And he looks at the four of you, and you can see that he's, despite everything, he is smiling a little bit. He's trying to contain his excitement. So, you want to talk about ley lines, huh? As it happens, I am
yeah.
kind of the authority on the matter.
Well, it's good. We have this journal that this druid we think was named Hume was at one of the towers near Sac. And there's a line here where he talks about that maybe the ley line was moving, and it has reference to the snake that we think might be a naga.
He takes in what you're saying. Can I see the journal?
Show him the journal.
Alright, he looks at it. Yeah, I hate it when they write things but they don't put in dates. Well, there's very little to glean out of this, but indeed it says that the snake tells me the ley line node is acting up again. I think the ley lines don't move. And the nodes is not... Well, the nodes is the point where ley lines meet with one another. Places of power, we call them.
Ah, okay. So that would be maybe why these towers were built there?
That's what I was thinking as well. I actually wanted a map of ley lines in the area to see if I could overlap them on top of the towers and see if that was a thing.
Well, you'll be hard-pressed to find that. There's no known maps of ley lines as it is.
Well, we know where some are, so I presume that people know where others are. Not like a fully in-depth map that would probably take years, if not more, to figure out, but...
Yes.
Still.
Is there like a ley line detector?
Well, as it happens, there is. Are any of you able to make it rain, perchance?
That's a specific
Not
request. No.
I.
Tosses
try
a
a
bunch of
rain
coins
dance.
up in the air.
Only when I've got my coins here.
I can try rain dance, but I don't know if that works.
Well, as it happens, rain is one way of identifying them. Which is a lie, the rains are not a way of identifying them, but after it rains and it clears, there is a rainbow. Rainbows literally point towards ley lines. Are you familiar with light theory?
No?
I know how to
Approximately.
cast light.
How do I explain this simply? Okay, so light. There's something we call visible spectrum of light. There are the colors of the rainbow. So red, orange, yellow, green, blue, cyan, and violet. Those are the colors in the spectrum, the visible spectrum of light. But light changes in colors because it gets stronger or weaker. When it gets weaker, it gets closer to red. And when light gets even weaker than red, it goes out of the visible light spectrum for most people, that is. It enters a spectrum called the infrared. Some people, like myself, are born with the ability to see infrared light, which allows us to be able to perceive light in darker environments. So we're able to see when others aren't.
Oh, so is that like low light vision?
Or dark vision.
Or
Exactly.
infravision.
Being able to see in the dark is you being able to perceive light that is weaker than red, light in the infrared area. So you are able to see in the dark, like with low light vision, dark vision, and the such. The opposite is also true. The stronger light gets, the closer to violet it gets, and once it gets even stronger than violet, it enters a range called the ultraviolet light spectrum. This light is so strong that you can not only you can't quite see it, but you can feel it on your skin. That's the light of the sun, for example.
Ah, okay.
However, some creatures are able to see it. Would you care to wager a guess at what kinds of creatures are able to see ultraviolet light?
Dragons.
Arcane creatures. I don't know.
Snacks.
Snakes, not snakes.
Well,
Borbs.
not quite. Titans are able to see ultraviolet light.
Ah, that makes sense. That may be why they set up their lairs there.
Exactly. Those places of power, they drain the energy in the area, so they pull all of this ultraviolet light over there, and it coalesces there. So Titans are drawn to those places of power because they can see it and they see an accumulation of it there. But also, those of us who cannot see ultraviolet light, we can still see those places of power in one specific way. The closer you are to a place of power or a ley line of sorts, that area tries to drain the energy of the light. So much so that it drains even light that is outside of the ultralight range and drains light from the visible spectrum of light. So if you see a rainbow missing violet, that's how you know there's a ley line nearby.
Ah, that
Uh-huh.
does make sense. Now, if only we had the ability to produce rainbows.
Well, I don't know that anyone can, but even if you could, it would be an illusion. What you need is a real rainbow, and what you need to make a real rainbow is rain.
Mm.
I was wondering if we could tint gloss or enchant gloss or whatever in such a manner that it makes ley lines visible through it.
Well, if you can, in some way, work with the spectrum of light to make that happen, then perhaps you could.
I'm
I,
going
That
to
would be
install a
such
prism.
wonderful. That would be a wonderful thing because you could use that to help you pilot the ship.
That's what I was thinking.
I would agree. I'm sure that the people of Corinth, what with their technology, would have the things you need. If not here, you can always look at the Alces Academy in Sesenfrey, all the way over in Nord. I heard they also have a good Academy of Engineering. Although I'm afraid if you decide to look into that, you have to go on your own. I'm a bit of an outlaw in most kingdoms.
Oh? Are you a rapscallion?
Well, let's just say I've done a lot of things that made a lot of people not very happy.
Drugs. I'm sorry, I got something in my throat.
But while I can't go to those places myself, or at least not without causing a little bit of a ruckus, I suppose that you could go there yourselves and start looking into this if you're going to chase after the whole... Well, if you're going to try and find ley lines of your own.
Yeah, I think at some point we're going to need this. Maybe Nick Nack can come up with something. I mean, he's the engineer here. I don't really do that sort of thing.
Me neither, I'm just an arcanist. In any case...
By the way, it looks like you've burned your hands. Do you need any sort of healing or assistance?
This... I'm afraid no healing magic is going to take away these scars. I've tried, and I appreciate the offer, but I'm good. As long as I can still perform my magic, I'll be fine.
Refrains
Alright.
from metagaming.
Well, that was the only thing that I could come up with to ask about there.
Oh, I see where you're going. His goddamn hands are not reversed.
I was concerned about that when he first brought up his hands, but I know what's actually going on with his hands, but I'm saying nothing. Nothing, I say. Not
Well,
useful information anyway.
in any case, I hope you also don't mind that I stick around for a little bit. I'm very, very interested in hearing what is it that you that brought you back from the dead.
Yes,
would also
we
love to
don't know
know.
yet. We would love to
Us
know.
too. I would love to know too.
Well, I'll make sure to try and keep up with your adventures then.
It sounds good so far. The next thing for is our adventures and examinations.
Yes, I've heard your people here at the academy are having an exam next week. Oh, how
Th-
interesting life must be for you all
This
now.
is when we find out that us dying and losing our memories is just a long and overdrawn method of getting more tuition money out of us.
Don't spoil it.
Kobold, don't spoil the plot.
He just
Dun
did.
dun dun.
In any case, should you need to find me, well, I'm sure you will find me. You seem like very resourceful people.
We try to be, but sometimes people get all fidgety with us.
I know what you mean. People who get things done tend to have that effect on others.
I know. I mean, you spend an extra couple of days out where your ship has to get back, and people just throw a tantrum.
Oh, I know you. Steal a book and suddenly you're a criminal. In any case, have a good weekend, and I'll catch you next time. I suppose I have to help in some other endeavors here to make sure that the Kingdom of Sofak doesn't throw me in jail, and if they do, that I have a way to escape. And all current Chateau Branislav bows deeply and goes off into some other direction within the academy. And I suppose that this is where we're going to end the game for today.
Yeah,
Fair
Makes
enough.
sense.
good game.
Good game.
Ye-
Oh my dog. All the plot you didn't have last session came
Now.
storming down on you guys today.
Plot
It
speedrun,
was
yes.
fun. From what I could pay attention, because people just can't leave me alone today.
You're a popular husky.
It's
More
such a late
like-
hour too.
A puppy
I
lair.
know, so annoying.
Well, in any case, thank you guys so very much for stopping by and playing. I know that we all have had some crazy, weird weeks, and everyone's at low energy. But hopefully, you all enjoy the game. And to,
Yeah, it was great.
Yee boy.
Amazing.
and to all the people over there at the streams, thank you all so very much for watching, keeping up with our little shenanigans, and I'll also be seeing you next time. Bye-bye.
Bye, people in
Bye.
my Twitch.